Waiting for that recording in progress.
Does it go?
Good morning, everyone. I'm going to call the meeting to order. September 18th, 2025 meeting of the Planning Board. We have a full board this evening. And first item on the agenda is approval of the minutes of the August 21st meeting.
Move to approve.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
I'll abstain. I was not at the meeting.
Same.
Next two items, we have two requests by Walter D. Het Trust as owner for property at 0 Banfield Road. Preliminary and final subdivision approval and site plan review approval. Both, we need a motion to continue those matters to October.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? We're going to have a series of public hearings, and for the record, in everybody's memory, maybe everybody knows this by now, but procedure for the public hearings is presentation by the proponent, questions by the planning board, then public comment, 2 for against the application. It's not open mic night. Provide your name and address, and you speak first round, second round, third round. If you wish to speak in the second or third round, you have to speak in the first round. First round is 3 minutes, oral comment only. Second round is up to 5 minutes. You can do a presentation during the second round if you wish. And the third round is a maximum of 5 minutes, oral presentation only, after which the public hearing is closed and the board deliberates. We have the next items are 2 requests by SLF Realty Group LLC as owner for property at 400 Spalding Turnpike. First is
Motion. You want a motion to hear them both?
I was going to read it, but go ahead. And do the
Motion to
first.
hear items A and B together?
So moved. I'm sorry, second.
Hear them together and act on them separately, right?
Yes, yes.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? First one is a request of SLF Realty LLC as owner for property at 400 Spalding Turnpike, requesting an after-the-fact wetland conditional use permit for permanent wetland buffer impacts that were not included in the original wetland conditional use permit for this project. The new request is an increase in wetland buffer impacts from 1,644 square feet to 3,685 square feet. The property is on Assessors Map 238, Lot 2, and lies within the Gateway G1 district. I'm going to read the second part so that the applicant can proceed to explain all if you wish. You don't have to, but it's also an after-the-fact conditional wetland permit for permanent wetland buffer impacts that were not included on map lot 238, lot 2. It seems to read the same.
Yeah.
So it's just the same thing twice. Who is here to present this application?
Thank you.
Thank
My
you.
name is Stephanie Tetrault. I'm here on behalf of Eversource from Ty and Bond. I had provided a set of slides that are coming up on the screen now. But in summary, to recap your introduction, this is to review an after-the-fact wetlands conditional use permit and an amended site plan for Eversource's E194 U181 structure replacement project at 400 Spalding Turnpike. So a little bit of background if you switch to the next slide. To recap, the work was completed in 2024 under the city's conditional use permit LU 23-60, which was approved June 22nd, 2023. That work, that approval included replacement of 45 wooden utility structures with steel structures along the length of the right-of-way. The subject area that we're talking about tonight are structures 19 and 19 on the U181, E194 lines. And the subject of our current proposal is a result of an access deviation where the original access that was approved in 2023 authorized a little over 6,000 square feet of direct wetland impact and some wetland buffer impact. Prior to construction, Eversource was able to secure an access agreement with Portsmouth Ford at 400 Spalding Turnpike, and that allowed them to achieve access to those structures from a more direct route in avoiding that wetland impact. Next slide, please. So this is just a quick overview of the site. You can see there's a delineated wetland on the left side. We're calling that wetland 1, and a wetland on the right side, wetland 2. In the gray hatched line area, you can see the originally approved access route.
If you hold the top button. There you go.
Thank you. So this was the original access route that was proposed and approved in 2023. Prior to construction, Eversource achieved the ability to access directly from Portsmouth Ford's property through this alignment here. The lime green buffer, or the lime green line, is representing the wetland buffer off of Wetlands 2 and Wetland 1. This black box here is showing the work pad location where the two structures are located and were replaced. This gray box here is additional wetland impact that was approved but was not actually constructed. Next slide, please. So again, the as-built access increased the wetland buffer impact from 1,644 square feet to 3,685 square feet, but that eliminated 6,286 square feet of direct wetland impact. On May 14th, we presented this project to the Conservation Commission. They recommended approval to the Planning Board with two conditions. One was to install wetland boundary markers at the location of the proposed access gate, and the second was to add a note to the amended site plan that prohibits parking or storage of vehicles, any unauthorized, non-compliant use of the right-of-way. So that note was added to the plan, and Eversource has agreed to install those boundary markers. Following that meeting and adding that note to the plan, an updated site plan was filed with the city on May 28th, and that was in advance of the June 18th Planning Board hearing. Next slide, please. So at that June meeting, we were again requesting approval of the conditional use permit and an amended site plan for Portsmouth Ford. The site plan is amended due to our proposal to replace this boulder barricade with a steel gate and to retain the permanent wetland buffer impacts that you can see here, this gravel access road. Thank you. Next slide. This is a copy of the amended site plan prepared by TFM. It's revised through May 27th, 2025. And as noted in the previous meeting, it's a little bit busy, so we've developed a set of revised figures to clarify what exactly we're proposing here. Next slide, please. So during that June 2018 Planning Board hearing, the Planning Board requested additional information prior to your ability being able to make a decision. Those items included more information on easement access, stormwater flow due to grade changes of the constructed accessway, more information on the wetland impacts and pre and post construction, more information on alternative access points that were considered prior to construction, and clarification on the lot boundaries and the wetland exhibits. So the following sets of slides detail a response to each of those items. Thank you. So easement access. The gravel access road and the work pad to replace the structures was completed within Eversource's 300-foot wide utility easement. The improvements that were conducted were necessary to achieve safe access to maintain those structures, and the proposed gate structure and the proposal to retain that accessway on the amended site plan is necessary for future access for maintenance or emergency situations. The access minimized disturbance to that direct wetland impact that was otherwise proposed, reduced cost by achieving a more direct route, and minimizes future wetland impacts for future maintenance or emergency access again. The steel gate is proposed in lieu of the existing boulder barricade to facilitate access in the future without having to move those boulders and to prevent unauthorized use of the right-of-way. Next slide, please. Thank you. The next item that the Planning Board requested additional information on was a stormwater analysis to review stormwater flow that may have changed due to grade changes from the existing access road and potential increases in stormwater runoff. So to address that, we completed a hydroclad model. The model assumed a curve number of 85 and that is indicative of a gravel surface with hydric soils group B without vegetation. And that's important to note because currently vegetation has reestablished through the gravel, so this is assuming a worst case scenario than what actually is existing. So grading for the access road was minimal. It follows the existing contours. It's perpendicular to the slope and parallel to the contours. And that is important because it doesn't concentrate runoff, and the gravel surface only increased about 635 square feet compared to what was pre-existing. And if I didn't mention that already, there was a pre-existing gravel access road there from prior utility maintenance activities. So that increase in gravel area and the improvement of the gravel access road based on our HydroCAD model results in a negligible increase in peak stormwater runoff. We analyzed this for the 1 year, the 10 year, and the 100-year storm events. And these tables show the results of the analysis comparing in both cubic feet and in cubic feet per second in terms of flow and gallons per minute. So you can see for the 1, 10, and 100-year storms, there was an increase of 0.03 and 0.04, 0.04 gallons, or excuse me, cubic feet per second in peak runoff. In addition to those 3 storm events, we also analyzed a 1-inch rainfall event, which is a more common, more typical, flashier rain event that we see in the seacoast. And that resulted in a net increase of 0.01 cubic feet per second. So I have another slide coming up that shows an overview with the contour lines and the stormwater flow paths, but the work pad area that we saw on a previous slide is located on a little mound out there. It's about 6 or 8 feet taller than the lower portion that's next to the wetland, and the access road is in between. So there's minimal grade change there. There was minimal grade change due to the improvement of the access road, and the access road alignment follows the contours and increases in stormwater runoff, reduces the potential to concentrate stormwater runoff. Also related to stormwater, we wanted to note that during construction, erosion controls were in place, and the road now today has since revegetated and is stable. Next slide, please. This photo is taken facing the Portsmouth Ford utility access or maintenance bays there. These are the 2 structures that were replaced in 2024. And this is the work pad that was constructed or improved to conduct those replacements. This red line is showing the constructed or improved access road. And so you can see this photo was taken in August this year, August 8th. It has substantially revegetated and hasn't resulted in a significant change in grade or erosion or runoff potential. Next slide, please. So the next item to address from the June 18th meeting is wetland impacts pre and post construction. So the 2 wetlands that you saw on one of the previous slides are on either side of the mound that I described, the mound that is the work pad and where the structures are located. They are separate wetland units. They are hydrologically distinct from each other, and that's also evidenced in their separate plant communities. The one that was on the left of the page is dominated by a Phragmites stand, which indicates a more saturated, much wetter condition. The wetland that you did see on the right side of the page, which is on the left side of this photo as we're facing it here, is more characteristically an herbaceous and woody shrub plant community, relatively drier than the other one. They are distinct wetland units. So in this photo, you can see the red arrow is pointing to that wetland that's downslope from the improved access route, and the yellow arrow is pointing to the crest of that mound that is the work pad. And so the 2 structures that were replaced are outside of the photo to the right, and the other wetland unit is farther right of that as we're looking at this photo. So based on that and based on the restoration and the current condition of the buffer, the plant community within the wetland was not impacted to begin with, and the plant community that has reestablished over the improved gravel surface is characteristically similar to what was pre-existing there and what is adjacent to it on the hillside. Thank you. Next slide. So this is the figure that shows the topography. You can see the black contour lines snaking throughout the image, the wetlands 1 and 2 that I've referred to, the previously approved access route that cuts through the wetland, and the constructed access that goes through the wetland buffer area here. You can see here that it does, in fact, largely follow the contours. It does not concentrate runoff towards the wetland here. These blue arrows were added to indicate primary stormwater flow paths. And this image was updated also, the base map image was updated compared to the images that you had previously seen, the previous plans, which shows the more current existing gravel alignment that was constructed in 2024. Thank you. So the next item to address from June is alternative access analysis, where we had previously proposed the 6,000 or so square feet of direct wetland impact. The opportunity became available to access from a more direct route with no wetland impact. So as built, the access road that you see here and that we are requesting to retain is the least impacting and most practicable alternative. It avoids that direct wetland impact. It uses a pre-existing gravel access route and minimizes disruption to Portsmouth Ford's operations. That access route is there, that boulder barricade is there, and minimizes any need to coordinate with Ford in the event of an emergency if Eversource needs to get to these structures in the middle of the night or at any time. And the steel gate, again, is intended to prevent unauthorized access to the right-of-way. Okay, so the final item that was requested from the June 18th meeting is clarification on existing easements and the property boundary. So this figure was developed. The red area with the red outline highlights the subject property. That's Portsmouth Ford's parcel. And you can see that within that, the gate is proposed on that property, as well as the access route that we are requesting to retain. The other easements that are shown here and that appear on the TFM site plan, those are city easements related to municipal sewer infrastructure. They are not relevant or not available to Eversource for utility maintenance. So in terms of using those easements, for Eversource using those easements to access the right-of-way for utility maintenance, they're just not, they don't pertain to that activity. Okay, thank you. Next slide. So in summary, our proposal is to retain that permanent access through the wetland buffer for utility access and maintenance in the future. It's located on Portsmouth Ford's property and within the limits of Eversource's right-of-way. The requested approvals under Land Use Application 25-50 are the conditional use permit and the amended site plan, and the activities pertain to 400 Spalding Turnpike in the city of Portsmouth, tax map lot 238, lot 2. The next two slides are just repeats of the site plan or the more simplified version of the overview if we want to review those further in discussion. Thank you.
Questions of the applicant? Stoney.
So was this property originally Air Force property? I noticed the deed had Secretary of the Air Force.
Yeah, it was. That deed that was in that image was the 1955 conveyance to Eversource for the right-of-way for the utility.
I had no idea it went out that far.
Could you give us a little bit more information on like the width of the gate and where, like how are we going to make sure that it's actually keeping large vehicles other than Eversource's from going and using the road?
Sure. So the proposed gate is a 16-foot wide steel gate. If you were on site, you could see that, and facing into the right of way, to the left of the gate, it really slopes right up and it's thick, dense, woody, shrubby vegetation. And to the right is the wetland. So it sort of naturally blocks off and the gate will extend across whatever might be presumably available for access.
Okay, thank you.
And the wetland boundary markers would be set just on either side, or on the right side of the gate, I should say.
Okay, great, thanks.
Will Eversource have the only key?
Yes. Yes.
Any other questions of the applicant?
I don't have any more questions. I just say thank you. I really appreciate you getting us this additional information. It's made this a lot more understandable, so thanks.
Sure. Thank you.
If there are no other questions of the applicant, I'm going to open the public hearing. Anybody here or on Zoom who wishes to speak to, for, or against this application?
Nobody on the Zoom yet.
3 minutes or 2?
3.
I apologize, as I wish we could have left up one of those picture slides of the different property things.
Your name and
I'm so sorry, you're right. My name's Christine Wade, and I live at 1380 Woodbury Ave.
thank you.
Then our property goes down. My mother is actually the one that owns all of the property. Oh, and you put it up, thank you. And so there's a couple questions that we still have, and maybe this is, I don't know. One of the things that is being presented tonight is that they wanted to, that they want after the fact permission from the 1,600 square feet to the 3,000 square feet. Now, I apologize. Top, bottom for the
Top button.
top button, okay. So it originally was supposed to come right through here to these 2 telephone poles. So the original amount they were going to go up was up to here, which was the 1,600. They went up 3,600, so doubled the amount. And the 6,000 that they saved, I believe, from what you did a beautiful presentation of, was this 6,000 wetlands right here, saving. We're asking why, if you go from here to here, why didn't you cut across still this way between the 2 telephone poles that need to be, I apologize, I didn't realize I wasn't that far away, that do need to be fixed every 50 years or so. But the thing is we are now going up, not over to our property, because our property is this white line. You're going up the extra and then coming down at an angle, which we all know a hypotenuse is longer than its side. But math teacher at Portsmouth High. But anyway, what we don't understand is they've been doing proper maintenance on these ones from somewhere right around here. They didn't have that ability, and we apologize because they did try to contact us and we didn't get to meet with them, to walk the property with them. But why couldn't this right here, this little piece that they didn't actually decide to make the pad of, that was approved from the Conservation Committee, why we didn't use that. So there's a couple of questions, again, that, they want to make double the amount, make it permanent, and make it permanent how? You just saw all those beautiful slides of the grass coming back in, the temporary thing that they had from the conservation permit, and now they want to make it permanent, and permanent how? Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else here or on Zoom wish to speak to, for, or against this application?
Hi, I'm Patricia Katkin. I own the property that they're coming over on. If you could put the picture back up. My concern is exactly what she's saying. Why did you go all the way up and then come down across my property? My other concern is when you went up and over, you went through a stone wall. I would have liked the stone wall to be put back and I would prefer that you only go up halfway and across where the easement has always been for the electric company. And I think that's about all I have to say too. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other first-round speakers? To, for, or against this application? Yes, you may.
Thank you. Again, Stephanie Tetrault from Time Bond on behalf of Eversource. Just to clarify, there is no further work proposed within the right-of-way currently. What we're proposing is to memorialize what's there today. That deviation occurred prior to construction, resulted in the improved gravel access that is there today, and that is revegetated today. There's no further work proposed to retain it, and we use the word to permanently retain it, but there's no intention to pave it or further disturb it in any way, just to retain the gravel bed that's there now that has vegetation over it that would be suitable to drive on again if needed, if and when needed. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else wish to speak to, for, or against this application? Still nobody on Zoom?
No.
Going to close the first-round speakers. Any second-round speakers? Have up to 5 minutes.
So again, here to here was approved by the conservation. Why can't we go this way? You said 1955. My grandfather still owned it in 1955 because he had the ability to buy peace at that time. So yes, there was an easement for the airport and everything else. But the thing that I'm getting at is that, you know, we're talking about the storm analysis for this vegetation that's growing up. I guess the biggest question, or there's actually a little bit of two, which is we're saying that we're going to make the whole, I'm so sorry, I pushed the wrong button. We're making the whole thing a permanent as opposed, which again, if you want to go from here to here, permanent, what there was originally said, great. We just don't understand why we're going all the way up. But maybe what we would like to ask for is a continuance to walk this property with the city and Eversource and Brady Ford if they choose to do so. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other second-round speakers? Excuse me.
Thank you. Again, Stephanie Tetrault, Time Bond. Relative to the alternative that is suggested of turning left shorter to when we have proposed here, again, the route there was pre-existing, so we're utilizing a pre-existing route without having to disturb more vegetation and more ground. Further, to cut that route left, it would be difficult equipment access. They're using large equipment to turn there, so that radius there is suitable for the equipment that was used and may presumably need to be used in the future. Third, that route would be perpendicular to the slope and contrary to our justification for the stormwater analysis and it not concentrating runoff. So that alternative would be directly shooting stormwater runoff towards the wetland. Again, we've attempted to contact the interested abutters here multiple times over the past, since the June meeting. We would offer a site walk. We did offer a site walk, and it's part of that outreach, and that contact was not successful. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other second-round speakers? Only one could possibly be.
As she said, they did multiple times try to get a hold of me. I've had some knee surgery since just before all of this happened, and I've been in and out for physical therapy, and I've also had to be out of town a few times, and was just not able to, get in touch with her. So I still don't understand why they can't. If you can turn a machine up in that top corner like that, why can't you from the street turn where the original right-of-way that they had? Thank you.
Thank you. That's it for second round speakers. Any third round speakers? 3 minutes, up to.
And again, I apologize because I don't go to enough of these to know. Christine Wade, 1380 Woodbury Ave. Again, we would still like to have a continuance to walk. They have contacted my mother. She was in and out. And I didn't have the contact, and that was on me because I did not give it to them. But we would like to go with the city. We do not want to be by ourselves trying to show or figure out this land variance type of thing with conservation, wetlands, and everything else. That's our biggest fear of walking this type of thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Any of the third round speakers? Last call. Any of the third round speakers? I'm going to close the public hearing. Yes, Tom.
I'd like to make a motion to find that the conditional use permit application meets the requirements set forth in section 10.1017.50 of the ordinance and adopt the findings of fact as presented. This is only about them having the correct information submitted for us to make a decision. It is not about the decision yet.
Second.
Discussion on the findings. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
I would also like to make a motion to grant the conditional use permit with the following conditions. I'll read it. 2.1, in accordance with section 10.1018.40 of the zoning ordinance, applicant shall permanently install wetland boundary markers which may be purchased through the City of Portsmouth Planning and the Sustainability Department. The commission recommends placing 2 markers on either side of the proposed gate at the bottom of the access road. These markers must be installed prior to the start of any site work. If I get a second, I'll speak.
Second.
I understand I totally understand what's going on here, why what was done, why it was different than the original plan. And I understand the property owner's case. It feels to me like it's an interesting legal civil matter, whereas, they have the right to get on the land to maintain their equipment. This appears to be the less detrimental to the wetlands. And so I think as a city, we want to support that. It creates a different disturbance for the property owner, but that feels to me like that's a civil matter, whether how that disturbance occurs. This seems to be a lesser impact on the wetlands. So I'm in support of this alternative option.
Any other discussion? Yes, Beth.
I'd just like to add a few comments to that. There was a lot of talk about the additional area that was basically to the left of where 19 and 19 are, and there was written into our letter that we received that they had a hard time being able to use access from that point because we had asked at our last meeting, and that's mostly because that's where Ford bays are and that's where a lot of activity for the dealership happens, so it would make it much more difficult for them to sort of take over that area, especially with their heavy equipment. So I certainly understand that. The fact that their access road all the way, might be in the buffer and might be longer, but a lot of that was existing. As far as they didn't change the grade or anything, they just made it a little bit more stable. It's nice to see that it's already started to grow back, and with the gate there not allowing anyone to go over it, it should all grow back and I think be the least disruptive. So I think it really fits into our criteria.
I just have one comment on the boundary markers and the deadline before the start of work. Because this is an after-the-fact conditional use permit, the work's already done. Generally, the driving force to get these things complied with is wanting to do the work. I'm not saying Eversource doesn't want to do this work, but they don't have anything they actually need to do. So I don't know if we're able to put like a date on there to say this has to be done by a certain time rather than before work, because there is no work.
Oh, I see what you're saying, in the
Well, they have to
motion.
put the gate in, but that's the only
It's
way.
prior to the gate, yeah.
In the sign.
But like, what's Eversource's real business reason to do that? They could just wait. Normally,
Apparently
you know,
give 'em a
they'd
timeline.
want to go fix the poles, but they already did all that. That's my only point.
Right, the only work is going to be installation of the gate, which
In the wetland
may or
signs,
may
right?
not need a building permit. So it'd be appropriate if you wanted to change this to a date or give them a certain amount of,
Yeah, that was my suggestion. Just to, you know, since it's after the fact, since we're fixing something that probably should have been done in the first place, there ought to be a timeline there.
Suggested to amend it to year's end.
I'd say before
Calendar.
frost, before freeze, right? That sounds right. The year's end, because you want to do it before a hard freeze, so,
Sure.
because they won't be able to dig into the ground
Okay with the second?
Second.
so, I'm sorry, what was it?
by year's end.
By year's end? December 31st?
12/31/25.
I'd just like to add, I was unmoved by the explanation about not being able to make the turn sooner. I think you could make the turn sooner, and the grades actually look like they could have worked. But the fact of the matter is, the driveway is there, and to build a new driveway would require new impacts, and then you get into the question of restoring what was already impacted. And I think overall, this is the best solution, to leave it the way it is.
The other thing that I was considering, Chairman, was in some cases, this equipment might be very large that may have to go out there to, I'm so sorry, yeah. The current configuration allows for large equipment to be brought out onto the site in case there's maintenance of a much higher level.
Yep. Just, the point was well taken, and I agree that if they can make that other turn, they could have made a turn sooner. So, but it's not necessarily relevant. Any other discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
On the site plan?
Yes.
Motion to vote, find that the site plan application meets the requirements set forth in site plan regulations, section 2.9, evaluation criteria, and adopt the findings of fact as presented.
Second.
Any discussion on the findings? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Vote to grant the amended site plan approval.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. Next item on the agenda is request to Market Square LLC as owner for property located at 1 and 15, parentheses 21 Congress Street, requesting conditional use permit from section 10440, use 1.71 co-living. Said property is on Assessor's Map 117, lots 12 and 14, and lies within the Character District 4, CD4, and Character District 5, CD5, Historic and Downtown Overlay Districts. Who is here to present this application?
Hello, good evening, Chairman Shellman. It's Marie Bodie from CEO for McNabb Properties on behalf of the applicant, One Market Square LLC.
Thank you.
So good evening to all the members of the planning board. Some of you I have not met before, and I am encouraged about where we are today. So knowing that most planning board meetings involve an intense flow of data, more so from the engineering and architectural professionals in this room tonight, because most of that is behind us with this project, my intro will focus on the co-living through the lens of a future resident, as well as the operational and logistics side of occupancy with McNabb Properties. As you well know, our development is uniquely positioned at the steps of the iconic city's North Church, as well as right in the heart of Market Square. And what we know is we'll be delivering a project that will allow our occupants to be a contributing member to the pulse of and the heart to our historic city. While co-living is a residential term our city is only beginning to embrace, the concept is well tested worldwide. Originating in Denmark, co-living spaces for 8, 10, 12, or even more residents have grown to become increasingly popular, not just with single occupants, professionals, but also for smaller dad-child, mom-child, families, as well as seniors. This once perceived undesirable communal living is now very mainstream and sought after by many. Sometimes referred to as cluster apartments, cluster flats, and even co-ops, there are reasons for such growth. Most powerful and often asked is regarding affordability. In our development, we intend to meet this criteria in many ways. First, by utilizing Portsmouth's median household income of 30% of gross monthly income as a guidepost in establishing our rent, not a requirement as was stated in the planning board's posting. Rent will include all utilities, that's water, sewer, heat, hot water, air conditioning, electricity, as well as internet and furnishings. You may ask, how is that possible? And one of the many reasons is with less capital cost in construction, for example, not requiring separate meters and all the costs associated with such, but also in buying power and contracting for bundled services. This means no utility security deposits and ease of move in and move out for our residents. Also, on the financial front, our business plan, including the aforementioned inclusive rent structure, will also provide for employer-sponsored payroll deduction, avoiding any security deposit and requirement for those where there is not an option, a more modest security deposit of $750. And rent only due the day of move-in, so you don't have to pay your first month's rent and security deposit. Another considerable advantage, taming loneliness. By providing a built-in community, whether that allows one to network with another for a new job, offer to participate in ride sharing, remember those days? I do. Providing communal space might involve game night, whether that's football or board games, and even possibly communal cooking and sharing of a meal together. Speaking of food, many individuals and even couples have a hard time meeting budgets with food shopping and high cost and waste. And then there is the roommate who might have eaten my last whatever it was. Our rooms, whether single, double occupancy, or one-bedroom apartments, will include a combination of private, semi-private, and shared bathrooms, but also will feature a full-height refrigerator freezer, allowing for all residents to store their high-value items. Program will include growing our existing labor pool of in-house janitorial staff, maintenance technicians, property and leasing managers, as well as one designated on-site manager as cited in the application, providing the best of 24/7 coverage. With our corporate offices only 1 block away and a rotating 24/7 on-call service already in place, the existing resources will be exponentially enhanced. Beyond the required signage, annual permitting through the city clerk's office, and 24/7 management oversight, our employees will be on site daily. That is Saturday through Sunday, however you want to look at it, Sunday through Saturday. Providing janitorial services of all communal spaces, kitchens, living rooms, bathrooms, and even restocking of typical household condiments and communal kitchens. By having these resources on site daily, we have the eyes and ears into all nooks and crannies of the operation. We are fully aware that the overall success of the project will be measured in the market, in the annual city re-permitting, in the first lease up through the wait list, and in the constant reletting. We as the operator will ensure a secure and safe environment while allowing the occupants a way into solace if they choose, or into more socialness. Back to food for a moment. Long before tonight, we formed an entity called Tenant Restaurant LLC. Our development plans include, and have been noted in these meetings, working with local restaurants, many of whom are our tenants, for after-hour cooking and next-day stocking in on-site food lockers. So, you might ask, how will you do this? And I remind all, when this project first was reviewed as a potential apartment/co-living location, we obtained CUPs, we had much public conversation, and some of that ensued about our future occupants, and one of the hardships that they might have which was in regards to walkability to a grocery store. While others commented on the mere difficulty logistics of shopping for one or two as the cost and wastefulness that I referenced earlier. With access to so many restaurant tenants, conversations and communications to enter into wholesale food agreements for our residents will be provided and have already had conversations ensue. The first conversation that we have also provides an opportunity this evening to announce a very exciting opportunity for everybody here. Buckley's Cafe and Market, the Buckley's that own Surf, will be opening at the former Hearth location. This partnership will have served the downtown with fresh meat, seafood, produce, as well as home-style comfort foods, baked items, and specialty items is only one of the offerings we presently seek to facilitate. So I conclude, before turning this over to the engineers and the architects to answer more of your more detailed engineering and architectural questions, I would like to introduce John Shagnon, Tracy Kozak, and Terrence Parker. But please let me say at the onset, literally creating the citations for co-living, receiving the encouragements of this very board, on to the mayor and others of the city council. In drafting this new zone's language and even expanding it into other parts of the city, where you analyze the intended and unintended limitations, all in fairly short order, so we thank you. We arrived at this existing time and place, and we hereby request the board utilize its authority to waive the request as noted for approval as submitted. Thank you, and I will turn it over to John Shagnon.
Thank you, Marie. John Shagnon from Haley Ward, and we're here tonight for a conditional use permit application for co-living at 1 through 15 Congress Street, map 117, lots 12 and 14, and those lots will be merged into one parcel. Project's located at 1 Newbury Way, 10 High Street, with frontage on Congress Street, High Street, and Fleet Streets. It's within the Portsmouth Character District, CD4 and CD5. This development was approved by the Planning Board on January 16th of 2025. The proposal presented herein, though, involves adopting the Section 10.815 co-living Portsmouth Ordinance and incorporate co-living as part of the project. The upper floors of the J.J. Newbury building will remain residential as approved previously, but will be revised to create co-living. The first floor space along Congress Street will remain retail and restaurant use. The revision to co-living reduces the parking required under the Portsmouth zoning ordinance, as the co-living component does not require parking since the facility is within 600 feet of a parking garage. The site now will require 21 parking spaces where 21 are proposed. The site had received a parking CUP under the apartment proposal to provide 21 spaces where 53 were required. No changes to the existing and proposed impervious surface areas on the combined lots are proposed. In our opinion, no variances are required for this project revision. As Marie mentioned, in order to provide additional affordable and innovative living options within the city and to allow the adaptive reuse of this building, co-living is defined and created. It's created as a special use subject to the provisions and requirements of the Portsmouth Ordinance, Section 10.81520 through 70, which is included in the cover letter, and I will not go through those, but simply state, as was explained, that the developer understands those and intends to comply with those requirements. Under the approval criteria for 10.243 for a conditional use permit, the permit can be granted if the planning board determines that the proposal conforms to the conditional use permit criteria. We would submit the proposed design will be compatible with sections 10.24321 through 26 as follows. The proposed design has been fully vetted and approved by the Historic District Commission. The height and scale of the existing buildings that were approved in that manner will not change. Retail and restaurant at street levels are existing, and the uses will remain. And Newbury Way will be improved as an accessible pedestrian way with utilities and site amenities improved as proposed and previously approved. Public infrastructure is available to serve the proposed use. The surrounding streets have the capacity to serve the proposed use. The proposed Newbury Way pedestrian corridor is supported by the master plan as part of an overall connection running from the McIntyre potentially to the Vaughan Mall. Traffic impacts have been studied, and this change does not require any additional study, as the changes in traffic generation are expected to be a reduction, as co-living is intended for residents who do not need or want their own vehicles. The proposed uses and their associated sounds are consistent with the surrounding uses. On-site residential managers will ensure compliance with property usage and noise regulations. Retail and restaurant uses are consistent with surrounding uses. Other aspects of waste management, odor control, lighting have all been vetted and approved in the previous site plan application and approval. There's no wetlands or natural resources in the project vicinity. We would submit the property values will not decrease as a result of this shift to interior co-living, as the exterior quality of construction is consistent with the previous approval and will not change. Still, as before, the intent is that One Congress LLC will be responsible to pay the entire cost of design and construction of the high-end Ladd Street improvements as previously agreed to in the signed memorandum of understanding with the city. Water and sewage systems will not be impacted by the change of residential use to co-living. Stormwater management is not impacted, as the drainage patterns and infrastructure improvements will remain as they were approved by the planning board. Site lighting is not going to change, as the lighting shown on the previously approved plans provides a welcoming and safe pedestrian and vehicular experience. Site utilities, including natural gas, underground electric, and communications, will not be altered by the revisions. I believe there are no changes to the landscaping. Terrence Parker is here. If you had any questions, I'd like to turn it over to Tracy Kozak to talk about the interior changes to co-living. Thank you.
Good evening, Tracy Kozak, Arc of Architects. As John mentioned, the residential uses of this building are on the second and third floor. There is a fourth floor on the One Congress part of the building, which is apartments, remains unchanged. The overall organization of this building, I just want to point out, as you all probably know, it's kind of almost an entire city block, and it was built over time, plus the new addition that's proposed where the parking lot is now. It's essentially 5 connected buildings built over a couple hundred years. And the floor levels between these connected buildings vary in height between 2 and 7 feet. If there were separate buildings, we would have between 10 and 12 sleeping units per floor per building. But we're connecting the buildings, so it sounds like there's a lot, but it won't feel like a lot because they're subdivided into pods, suites of 10 to 12 sleeping units. And where those pods connect, there's a floor shift. So presenting this in the strictest interpretation, where it's a floor level unless you have to go up a stairwell, it is presented as such. So on the second floor, the left part of the drawing is the J.J. Newbury's building. To the left, Newbury Way would be on the top, and Congress Street is towards the bottom. That that left half of the building is 3 co-living pods. They each have 10 to 12 sleeping units. All of the sleeping unit size and common space sizes exceed the minimums. And to the right side is the One Congress. The existing building is that little piece on the lower right, which is 2 apartments, 2 one-bedroom apartments. And on this floor, there's a 12-unit suite in the addition where the parking lot is. And the next page is essentially the same, except for the left side, the J.J. Newbury side, is identical with the 3 co-living units and 4 one-bedroom apartments. To the right is in pink. Those are apartments, not co-living. And in fact, all the units to the right on this level are also apartments. So there's a mix. And if you go to the next page, that's the 4th floor. The pink are the apartments at the One Congress side. And on the left in green is an open-air roof deck with solar and mechanical equipment. No changes essentially to the outside, other than maybe a few windows might need to shift in that back alley adjacent to 155. But essentially, the facades and heights are as approved by HTC. So that's kind of the layout. As you know, underground parking on the One Congress side, and the first floor will remain retail. And yeah. So happy to answer any questions. Otherwise, I'll hand it back to John.
Just to wrap up, thank you, Tracy. So in with the application you have before you is we're requesting that the planning board waive strict compliance with the co-living standards that had been established in your creation of the zoning. And I believe Tracy has spoken to some of the reasons for that. So you have the ability to do that under the ordinance. And what we seek relief for is on the 2nd floor, where there are 4 co-living suites with a total of 49 sleeping units, 74 residents on that floor where 40 are allowed. On the 3rd floor, where there are 34 sleeping units, 57 co-living residents for that floor where 40 are allowed. And also, as mentioned earlier, the 1 full-time resident manager, where 4 would be required by the way the ordinance is constructed, but Marie talked about the coverage that will be provided 24/7 given the applicant's maintenance staff that will be in the downtown area and present at the facility. With that, unless anybody else has anything to say, we'll ask you for any other questions and ask that you approve this change to co-living tonight. Thank you.
Okay, questions of the applicant, but John, I heard you say 57 residents on the 3rd floor, and I think it's 51.
51, yes.
Okay, maybe I heard you wrong, but that's what I heard.
No, it was a slight of the pen there, sorry. 51, yes.
It's a small one.
It ran into the 5 and looked like a 7.
Okay, questions for the applicant?
How many, because I was, I'm sorry, I was not on the board when the initial approval was. How many apartments and residents were proposed in that?
That's a good question. I could look that up if you give me a minute.
Okay.
It would have been number of apartments, not necessarily residents.
Right, yeah, at that
Do you know
point-
the number of apartments?
Yeah, I can look that up if you give me a minute.
Yeah.
You have some other questions for team members.
Bill, you had your hand up. Did you have another question? Ryan?
Well, it's based on, because if we're going from one number of apartments to potentially having 125 residents,
but they're saying nothing changes in wastewater treatment, all of those things. To me, it seems like they would have to look into that many people living in a space with, I mean, in terms of sewage and things like that. Wouldn't.
Okay, well, let's wait and see how he answers the question. And I think, Bill, you had a question, or maybe he needs to look. Is it a question anybody else can answer, other than John?
I've got a couple questions. I'm not sure if they're for John or for one of the others. Certainly, the city, the council and this board and other boards have leaned into this concept of congregate living. It's a way to have the true cost of the facility be lower rather than subsidized either by a developer or by government. So it's definitely a right path, and I think we're all supportive of that. One of the early comments you made, as we do a little bit of research into what's going on outside the borders of Portsmouth, you can find quite a number of other locations, cities that have this kind of a arrangement. But generally the scale is small. In your introductory comments, you talked about it being 10 or 12 people. To my knowledge, there's really one of these in Portsmouth currently, and that's, I think, 11 people. So when we collectively, when we reached the idea of doing 40 on a floor and 80 in a building, and putting it in the downtown area, kind of in the golden or in the crown jewels of Portsmouth, there was a little bit of leaning out over our skis and doing that on scale. So I'd like to understand, we collectively set a boundary of 80, and you're saying, well, let's do 50% more than that. Is there a safe way of doing this that can be tested, and rather than have the largest co-living organization in the world, show up in downtown Portsmouth?
Hi, Tracy Kozak. I'll try to answer that. And as well as the previous questions about capacity. So the way that the building is engineered and designed for both utilities and life safety is the same, really, almost identically the same, whether it's apartments or co-living. There are some nuances where the life safety is a little bit more strict with co-living, but the occupant rate of the building is calculated at one occupant for every 200 square feet, and that determines the structural load of the building. It determines how wide the stairways are. It determines the number of plumbing fixtures, the sizing of pipes, everything. So whether it's managed as a co-op, co-living, or apartments, it doesn't really change that use. The common areas, as you see here, are big. They're kind of oversized. They're much bigger than the minimums in the co-living ordinance. So, and because we are subdividing this co-living into pods, the ordinance for co-living does not mention subdividing into smaller units. If we did the maximum amount of bedrooms in one pod, you'd have 40 people sharing a kitchen, and that seems not like a good idea to us, and perhaps there might be roommate problems. So we've subdivided these into 10 and 12 bedroom units, which is not unlike some of the really large houses you might have seen in cities or college campuses where people live together sharing buildings.
It isn't really about the mechanics of square feet and plumbing. It's really about sociology and community. And
she was answering her question. I think she was answering her question.
Yeah.
I was trying to answer both, but the amount of people living together in close quarters, that's why we've subdivided it into, on this plan, there's 4 co-living pods plus 6 small apartments. It's not just one big free-for-all. You won't have keys to the other pods. You can only go into your pod.
It really requires quite a bit of, kind of a leap of faith in the dynamics of the people, I think, to do that. It's a concern. Could I ask a question in a different direction?
Yes.
So you talked of the 30% of AMI as the financing piece. If you were coming to us asking for a variance on the construction of a building, putting an extra story on it beyond what the code allowed, the second part of that conversation would be about some affordable living component that would have an AMI component. So you've brought this with an AMI component, but I guess on a voluntary basis. Is there a thought that this could be a requirement that for the exception to what the code allows for, that there be a component of the units that be at some income level, in that you're particularly intending to do that anyway?
Hi, Mark McNabb. I'm going to field that question, and I want to also kind of talk about occupancy of a city block. I think that the other plan, when they were apartments, you have to remember the building exists. It's been here 200 years. Space can't go away. So if you limit the units, are you saying you want me to have vacant space? So J.J. Newberry's an existing building. When we had it approved for apartments, we were around 20 apartments. Now keep in mind, those were 3 and 4 bedroom apartments. Nowhere in Portsmouth, when we talk about apartments, 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom, 3 bedroom, 4 bedroom, are we required to come in and say how many people will be in a bedroom. So you take a 2-bedroom apartment. If you call it co-living, we have to come in and say, oh, there could be 2 people in those 2 bedrooms. In a 2-bedroom apartment, there can be 2 people. There can be 4 people in a 2-bedroom apartment or more on sofas. So I think that we have to really be careful that we're applying a different standard to co-living here by saying how many people will be in those rooms, and we don't in apartments. So of the 20 apartments we would have there, if we had 3 bedroom and 60 bedrooms and 2 people, that's 120 people. So everyone needs to keep in mind, this is a city block and it's an existing building. So the problem with a subjective standard, 40 per floor, we just kind of had to arrive at something. Nobody really knew what that number should be, 40, 30, 60. And that's why the ordinance was written so well, by allowing the planning board to waive any of that, because you really didn't know. So if this was a brand new building, you might say, hey, wait a minute, why don't you do this? J.J. Newberry's existing. I'm not going to put an office in the middle of the 2nd floor or the 3rd floor. These floors are all going to be residential. So got to be used, and they can't be vacant. We think the most appropriate use is co-living. But the number may sound shocking, 125 people, but keep in mind, it could always have been 80, 90, or 100. This is a block. It's not 40 or 30. In terms of the, committing to what an income level will be, that's not what co-living's about. That's what other standards in the zoning are about. If you want to add a floor and you have to give that criteria for workforce housing, that's not co-living. See, the beauty of co-living is by making the smallest space, somebody isn't going to rent it for the same amount as if it was a 2-bedroom apartment and you had a washer and a dryer and a parking space. The good thing about co-living is it has to be the most economical. Otherwise, people would go to 1- and 2-bedroom apartments. That was the good thing about how the planning board and the council passed co-living. But co-living is not workforce housing, and no, I would not agree. to those kind of limitations. If you're workforce housing and you add a story, that's an easement you put on the property that's for 30 years. We want this to pass as the co-living ordinance. Our criteria is we have an existing building. So in a way, you can call that hardship, because what do you want me to do? If you say 40 per floor, tell me what I should do with the rest of the floor on the second floor and the third floor. Any ideas? So I don't have a solution other than we think this is the most appropriate use of J.J. Newberry. And with all the elevation changes, those are the numbers, not because we've expanded the walls of the building, because that's the space we have. So I think the board can, have different criteria on a new building versus an existing historic building. I could understand that. But that's the building we got. And we would prefer to do co-living than conventional apartments and 3 or 4 bedrooms. But if let's say you said, okay, well, we want 40 per floor, then I'm just going to make the rest of the space a 3 and 4 bedroom apartment. I don't know what that really gets us. It might get you 10 fewer people. It's not going to take 125 people and move it down to 80. So, because our old plan that's approved now could have upwards of 100 people if you made us say how many people would be in a bedroom, like you're doing on co-living. So I hope that answered your question on the number and why this building, we need this number of units, otherwise we abandon space.
I have some different questions. Have you thought about whether or not people would have cats or dogs or pets and how that would be handled?
We have thought about it. We have a number of apartments downtown, and in general, we are pet friendly. So we would have a criteria of where and what units pets would be allowed and what size, and a limitation, because you can't have a free-for-all when you have that kind of density. So there has to be restrictions. But there's a big difference between a house cat and a 50-pound dog. So we haven't formulated the full rules yet, but
You will have rules.
Huh?
You will have rules. That was
We will absolutely, or it'd be chaos.
One of my other questions is the rooftop that you have that's over the J.J. Newberry building, is that available to everyone that lives in the building or just certain people or certain units in the building?
Everybody in the building.
And then I noticed you have laundry on the basement level. Is that also for everyone in the building?
That is correct.
And I guess my last one is you showed trees on your landscape. Will you actually have trees on the roof?
There will be. There will be. It'll be a green roof. There'll be a lot of landscaping. Anybody who knows all my buildings downtown, sees the amount of landscaping I do and trees, and I'm a real fan of that. So
Great.
if it's done right up on the roof, it will be a really popular place to hang out. And
Andrew, you had your hand up.
Yeah. I think you guys are incredibly smart. I think we've certainly taken a lot of time and effort to get to this point, and I'm glad that you think it's the most appropriate use, such as co-living in this building, but I can't for the life of me figure out why you're asking for 46 more residents when we approved 40 very intentionally. And I have gotten no less than 10 phone calls this week about this building because I sit on this board, and people asking me, how did that become 125? So not only that, when we sat here and we went through a work session, we went through basically every issue or red flag or headache that could come from this type of concept. And we sat here and we talked about how scale and quantity of a project like this has to be considered to really work. And I think that's really how we landed at 40 per floor, both through economics, safety, comfort, things like that. And we talked about it for quite some time. Now, my comment in that work session was, I was most recently in college on this board, and I was most recently living in a dorm room. And I can tell you that without management or supervision of a dorm, it becomes very unruly. And it was absolutely my idea that I want to stand on to have management 24/7. I do not care about your economics of having more than one person in this building managing these units. I do not care that it is not necessarily economical to have 2 people 24/7. Why not do it like a hotel where you have shifts? I appreciate that they're going to have a unit dedicated to them in the apartments, but it just is very tone deaf to suggest that it's not economical to have more than 2 people. So that's point number 1. Number 2 is, yes, your building exists, and yes, there's a finite amount of space, but it's not our job to tell you what to do with the excess amount of interior space of your building. If you have a concept and we have a zoning ordinance, it is your job to fit within that zoning ordinance, and now you're presenting something that falls outside of it. So my point to you is, if you are coming here to tell us all of the reasons why you should get this additional density within this project, I would hope that there is a better logic applied than just economics, or just the circulation of people, or just the utility of the interior space of a building that you choose to buy. So to that end, I have empathy because this is a great idea, and we went through a lot of different iterations to get here. I do not have empathy about asking for 46 more residents in a building that you can do several other things within our zoning ordinance too. I also have a severe issue with the amount of safety that will be considered or applied when you're talking about co-ed living, shared bathrooms, shared kitchens, and a lack of security. So if you have anything to the extent of a survey or any sort of data to suggest that you have 125 people that can get comfortable with all of these shared amenities, I'm right there with you. But until that is proven at any scale, I'd be hard pressed to think that women, men certainly, will feel comfortable with all of these items or aspects and attributes of this idea. If I'm wrong, please tell me.
Well, I don't think that that's in your purview. If you're going to say that the economical feasibility of why we want to do this, you shouldn't really concern yourself, in my opinion, that whether we
I'll pause
are
you there.
full
It is stated in
occupied.
your
Well, one at a time, one at a time.
It's stated in the proposal that it's not economical to have more than one management person. It's not my words.
Did you not hear my part of the presentation, however? I think, again, when we were in work session and in all kinds of conversations throughout this process, we were what-ifing quite a bit. And I remember sitting with the city council and Mayor McEchelon when somebody asked to put in some extra caveats. And the concept and the premise to get to where we are today was that we keep it as simple as possible and allow this planning board to make the final determination with each and every application. You may also recall that at the very beginning of this whole process that we were isolating, yes, on the JJ Newbury, yes, on the One Market Square project. Obviously, people on this board and in the city council felt it was an appropriate ask because it not only went towards this one building, but to other zones and areas within the city. So yes, we are we have constraints with regard to this, and Tracy tried to articulate some of the reasons, and obviously we've exceeded the common area spaces. So whether there's a concern about safety, I don't believe that's in your purview. It's up to the applicant who is suggesting applying to come into the homestead, so to speak, whether they want to consider that type of lifestyle or not. But I don't believe it's up to you to decide that, Andrew.
Sure. In a literal form, yes. It may not be within the purview of the planning board. However, in the zoning ordinance and criteria of any project, we are looking at public interest. We are looking at community infrastructure, community values, and all of those things are considered within this proposal. So safety is a headliner generally, whether it's this building, the neighbors around it, or generally the public. So I get it. Yeah, fire, life safety, and the number of occupants in a 3-bedroom apartment could be argued all day long. But I still have those concerns, and I'm allowed to have those concerns because that contributes to how I make my decision. And when I'm making my decision, it's not only conceptual, but it is matter of fact. And so the matter of fact is that you're asking for exceptions to these rules that we have just created with you all involved in that decision. And I just can't see why. And I haven't heard the explanation here to convince me otherwise.
So be it. Thank you.
Tony?
Tracy, gonna let her finish her conversation with Mark. I have a question for Tracy. I think you're best to answer this. If these were broken up into two separate applications between One Market and 15, or what Congress, sorry, how many? I can clearly see where these two buildings are bifurcated with that dark, thick line vertically on the screen in front of me. I'm assuming that's where they are. The property addresses are bifurcated, right?
That's exactly what we were just talking about. If we kept it the way it is now, as 5 connected buildings, we wouldn't even be here asking for this. What we want to do is open the corridors. Yeah, you'll have to go down a half a flight of stairs, just to facilitate. But we could
you're jumping
keep
ahead with my question.
Yeah, I know where you're going.
No, not really.
Okay.
I'm going to call it just two buildings.
Okay.
How many units are on the one floor on the left building?
So on the left, I guess you're
There's
looking
a
at.
thick black vertical line going down the middle of the buildings.
So you mean the Newberry building?
Here.
So that
Right
line
there,
there.
yeah. Is that
34.
How many units are on the left? 34?
Most of the more are on the left than on the right. And again, the second floor has that additional co-living to the right. The third floor doesn't have that at all. So on this floor only, on the left, we have, hold on, 201. There are 3 co-living pods. The part towards the bottom of the page is a pod, and then on the left we have 2 pods, and then there are 4 one-bedroom apartments. So to the left of that wall, if you take those 3 co-living pods, there are 34 sleeping units.
And then you have...
We could just call those all single occupancy, and you have 34 people, but we're assuming half of them will be double and half will be single.
I hear Andrew's concerns, and I'm trying to break him into 2 parts,
Yep.
and handling one part at a time. I feel like the number of units you're under the unfortunate situation of having multiple buildings, where you could come back twice and meet the criteria in calling that black line one building, building A, building B, and come back and meet that portion of the criteria.
Yes.
All right. The second portion of the criteria is the on-site support. If you were to have 2 applications, the zoning ordinance as written requires on-site care 24 hours. Right? Correct me if I'm wrong. You're requesting one person 24/7 and then an additional? I thought I saw something about an additional person like during working hours or something.
Yeah, let me field that, because we had this discussion in the office without Tracy and John. We felt that if we had 2 full-time people on site, or even if you said 3 full-time people, there isn't anything that regulates their behavior. People are out, they're sick, they're on vacation. So our opinion, the employee, the person that's on site,
all right.
They have lives. And so we felt we have better coverage if we have a full-time person on site and 24/7 coverage off-site, because the 24/7 off-site is never on vacation. It's like a doctor on call. We feel that's a better product than just the linear of a subjective, this number of people on site. Look, I went through all these meetings with the planning board, and the beauty of it all was because it was flexible, we were comfortable with arbitrary numbers, 40 or 1 person per X, because we just didn't know. And there was a lot of discussion on, don't even require someone on site. There was a lot of discussion on just 24/7 if it's well posted. So we believe it's better coverage if we have off-site and on-site versus the literal just 1, 2, or 3 people on site, because they may not be available. 24/7 is always available for problems. So that speaks to that. And in terms of these two buildings, I just kind of want to put the scale in perspective. We have, between all our parcels here together, almost 1.2 acres. What's McIntyre, 2 acres? We're a little bit bigger than half the size of McIntyre. So now put those numbers in perspective on those kind of, this is a whole city block. It's multiple buildings. It could be 5 buildings. So what you're seeing here is for that 40 per floor, you're seeing that test have difficulty with buildings this size, you know, and it's not personal. I mean, you know, Andrew, what you feel is fine. I disagree with you. But you don't have to be so angry about it, you know? I mean, it's just, it's your ordinance, you know? We're requesting it. I hear what you said. We answered it. But
I have a couple of observations before your comment. The section of the ordinance that allows us to modify sections, it doesn't say waiver, it says modify, and I agree, you provide some flexibility, and it's based on design flexibility and overall project quality. To me, you've made the argument for 83 units. You've supported by the design you presented, and that's more, not a lot more, but a little bit more than what the ordinance says. I don't think anybody in this room tonight can tell us how many people are going to occupy those 83 units. So I'm wondering if I've got other questions, but it seems to me the overarching one is this larger one that people are stumbling over. What if this were approved for 83 units and a start of 83 people with the idea that you could come back with evidence of how it's working after a year or whatever we talk about to see how this is functioning. The reason I mention this, Mark, first of all, I'm going to back up because this project has a lot of benefits outside those walls that John touched on. I don't know if people remember the improvements to the streets outside, the lowering of the grade between here and the parking garage to make that into a much more fantastic pedestrian space. You know, those are huge amenities. And this project, I thank you for bringing it to us a year ago, the idea. It was very useful. I think it's going to be a very useful addition to the city. But we do have to get it right as best we can. And the other thing about anything we approve, it's not personal to you. It goes with the land. If you walked out the door and got run over by a bus, you know, Marie, because she's the CEO, she could sell it to, you know, somebody as bad as John Chagnon, and we have no idea what he might do with it. And I'm kidding, but the point is, it is an approval that runs with the land. You know that. And I don't have problems. I don't personally have any problems with the team. I think you presented a good proposal. But I'm back to who among us knows how many people. And I understand you don't want to come back because you hate being here. But a way to get it started is at the 83 units, in my mind. You've made the argument for 83. I could see going there. So that's my comment.
I would suggest, you know, I think I appreciate your cooperativeness and looking at it the way you do. I wouldn't want to make them all single because I wouldn't want to say no to a mom and a kid or a dad and a kid or a couple. That's, you know, I wouldn't want to say no. So if we entertained any type of that, I think it would be more of just limiting and saying that, you know, coming up with a number so that we have flexibility to have couples. But that would not be what we're after, to say they're all single, because there's a lot of couples. And that would be discriminating. We can't have any couples. We don't do that on apartments.
Well, let's look at the math. You've got 34 on one floor. If you allowed 40 people, that'd be six of those units that could be double occupancy.
Now you have a fair point on that, because we've wrestled with this. We
sure.
have no idea how many are one or two. We just know we wouldn't want them all one. But we think there'll be a lot of single. We're just stabbing in the dark on how many would be single and double. And again, it's a dialogue you just don't have with apartments. So this is new. So I think that if you did some approach, not where we're at, but not at the 40, because we've made an argument for J.J. Newberry for this building and the size of the block, and it could be 5 buildings, that it should be allowed more than the 40. That's why the waiver's in there. So I would propose, if the planning board wants to go down there, do something higher than 40, but not 60 per floor, 50. Do something that has more flexibility. The building needs it.
Okay, we've thrown out some ideas, and I think we need other board members to talk about it. And Ryan had her hand up.
So it's been mentioned a couple times now. I mean, how many children would you foresee living in this situation? And then I really would have an issue with safety. In some situations, there are shared bathrooms. Like, if we're talking about children sharing a room with a person, like, what are the safety features that you're thinking about?
Well, it's part of co-living brings all these things forward. And it's a different product than conventional apartments. You have to keep in mind the way we've designed this. More than 50% of the units have private bathrooms. We're forgetting about that. So if we leased it to a mom with a young child or something, it would be a larger bedroom with a private bath. I would never have it There's a big management component in this type of housing, as it is with animals, as it is with rules, as it is with substance abuse, as it is with 2 people in a room or a mom or a kid. I would never put that in that environment where they would have a shared one. That's why we've been so meticulous about the design by having so many with private bathrooms. You open your door to your suite and you close it, and your bathroom and your closet and your bedroom is in your room. That's a really big difference from a dorm or a boarding house that
It doesn't say that in your proposal, though.
But I'm telling you now, we're here presenting, and the plans show it all that way. They show the bathrooms. What, Tracy? I mean, how many approximately have private bathrooms? Half. We got 40 units with your own private bathroom in your room and a full refrigerator in every single room. So this isn't quite what we're doing with J.J. Newberry. Isn't quite, it's not a dorm, it's not a boarding house because of the amount of private bathrooms. So we have a lot of flexibility to be able to rent to a couple or rent to a mom with a kid, and deal with that.
Was that a hand?
I don't know. There's one here.
Ryan?
The other thing is cars. So I know you talked about co-living happening in other cities. Most of those cities, any European city, Boston, New York, big cities, have public transit that is far superior to Portsmouth as someone who relies on the public transit. So how are you guaranteeing that this isn't gonna, if you have 120 residents, let's say 90 of them are adults, how are you ensuring that that's 90 cars that aren't then having to park in Portsmouth?
We don't. We're abiding by your ordinance. This is co-living ordinance, and that's not part of your purview.
Can our parking garage handle that?
The ordinance is with when you're within this distance of a
That's what it
parking
says.
garage, we have no parking requirement.
So then asking for extra residents on top of what we've given in the co-living.
Yeah, comment on the parking.
Certainly.
My understanding is, as a city, we have decided to treat parking like a utility in the downtown district.
That's correct.
So we don't require any residential to provide their own parking in the downtown by design, because we don't want them to build parking and affect the aesthetics of the city.
Not exactly. No commercial.
Right. Thank you. But, yeah, it's an existing building, all those things that applied by it, but there's not a requirement to provide parking for residential downtown.
But there is. For non-residential, there's no parking. And then you get a credit of 4 spaces for residential. So residential and hotels have a parking requirement. For hotels, it's less.
Yeah. Oh my, sorry, I totally blanked. But the state law now is 1 per unit, right?
That's correct.
Correct.
And there is a suggestion that residential component go away, but right now it's in there. So, anyway. But parking is, in co-living, this is co-living. Co-living is not apartments. It's not a boarding house. Those are different uses. And this is exactly as we talked about in crafting this ordinance. Could you explain the kitchens, though? I didn't quite understand. It seems like there's not a lot of stove space and that sort of thing. Maybe it's just not detailed.
We haven't designed a lot of the cabinetry yet, but we do have enough dining seats, tables, a variety of table sizes and heights. We have bar stools at a common counter for those who want to socialize, a private table at the edge for those who want privacy. There's a wraparound counter space, kind of a U-shaped kitchen counter with an island in the middle. I don't have the exact dimensions with me, but the length of just the kitchen counter area is approximately 20 feet by 10 feet deep, so 200 square foot kitchen at the minimum, and that doesn't include the dining, which is far greater than that. There are 2 full-size refrigerator freezers in the common kitchen, a large stove. We haven't decided how many burners yet, ovens, microwaves, toasters, all those things. And as mentioned, within each sleeping room, there is a full-size refrigerator freezer as well.
I'd just like to make some comments after listening to everyone speak. There are, as I look at this, there are a lot of private bathrooms. In fact, a lot of the units that don't have private bathrooms, there's like 2 units that might have a bathroom just outside those doors. So it's clearly labeled or looks like, those are open to anyone, but clear it's going to be used by the 2 units that are closest to it that actually have that. So, and there's only, there's a minimal amount to each pod. And with the size of each of these buildings, if you, as Tony was sort of elating to, if you had the 1 pod on the one side of the building and the 3 on the other side, you're under or very much closer to the 40 person that the ordinance was written for. But I can tell you from being there when we wrote that ordinance, we had no idea. We had no idea what size the building would be, so how could we really come up with a number that was going to work? And I think the bigger concern was around the rules that are going to be followed and the management of the property. And I think that's where the city council had a lot of discussion around that when we were approving this. And we decided to leave it the way it is because the planning board could ensure whatever they were approving would work for this. 24/7 management on-site or not off-site, as long as it's within the vicinity of the downtown, I think is a fairly substantial for any condominium or even if it was just an apartment building, would be a very nice. We don't even have that in most of our apartment buildings or require it. So I don't see any heartache with having an on-site person that actually lives there plus 24/7 available all the time. I get it's a lot of people. I get there's issues with parking, but we don't require parking under our ordinance when it's this close to a parking garage. The city would like to have, if there is a need for more parking, then it's going to be the city that's actually going to build the spaces and provide it in one way, shape, or form. That's how we've set ourselves up as a city is to use that as a revenue source and to provide that as Tony put, as a utility. So I don't have a whole lot of heartburn about any of this. I think it's well laid out. I think it will be well managed by having the requirements, and we're approving it with one on site and 24/7. So even if it was sold, that would go with it. There would have to be someone providing the exact same that it was approved as of whenever it gets approved. So I get that's a lot more people, but I did question even when we were writing this is whether or not people was the right or bedrooms was the right. We don't really have that, we don't have it knocked out. So I think we have to approve one and have it go, and something go wrong before we could say this isn't an appropriate size based off of the square footage of the building and how it goes. Those are my 2 cents.
Paul.
Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to ask you, right now, we're asking questions of the applicant, not having discussion among the board, and we're going to open up to a public hearing. I'd like to get to that, and then some of the things I'm hearing is more discussion among the board.
The reason I was allowing more discussion of the board is because this is the opportunity to have an interaction with the applicant, and issues have been coming up that require applicant input. And as soon as we stop that, it gets much more stilted. So I appreciate your comment. It's a good one, but that's the reason why I've been sitting here encouraging the conversation, Bill.
I'd like to know if there are any comparables on this scale anywhere that you can point us to.
I know that there are, and I know that there are some, there's actually a number that have gone very large scale in Florida and San Francisco, and they haven't done well because they've been tried to be managed by capital companies and not real estate management companies.
I am familiar with them in San Francisco.
Yes.
To that question, I know we were asking the applicant. My sister lived in something like this when she moved to New York maybe 5 years ago. A similar co-living sort of situation, which for affordability reasons was the only reason she could move and get her first job there. Just anecdotally, I would say between living somewhere like this and having to find roommates online in terms of privacy and safety, she would have preferred the former for sure, rather than random people online in a shared bedroom. So, it's not obviously, to Rand's point, Manhattan is a little different than downtown Portsmouth for a variety of reasons, but it does exist and people use it for sure.
Next comment, step up to the mic a little bit. But thank
sure
you.
Thing. Thanks.
Frank, and then Ryan.
So this is more of a micro level question on safety, but in terms of access to the building and access to rooms, have you given any thought as to the mechanism for that? Would it be like a physical key for the room, a fob for the building, that kind of thing?
Throughout our portfolio, we utilize fobs. So a resident that has access into the building would then have access into their pod and then into their room. They would not have access into other pods or other rooms, clearly. Any of the common areas would be available to all residents, for example, the roof deck that Beth asked about. But individual rooms would be key card. There's security tracing on those key cards, so we can tell almost like a hotel when they've come, when they've gone. Not that we've ever had to really do that, but we do have that built in.
Yeah, and so it's key card all the way through.
Correct. I mean, there's a master key, of course, for the fire department and all that, but yes, it would be a key fob.
Gotcha.
Ryan, you had your hand up, and then Andrew.
So I did notice a lot of solar panels on the roof. Now, will that provide power just for the building, or do you plan on trying to sell it to Eversource, or is it even enough to power the building? I know nothing about solar panels. We do have an expert on our board, but
Sure. We do have some sizable PV arrays on both sides of the project. On the roof, it is not enough to bring this quite to a net zero energy building, but it does offset the energy that's pulled from the grid. Currently, as far as I know, we're not building a great big battery storage unit in the basement, so if there is excess, it would be sold back to the utility and then as a credit when needed. So,
Andrew.
I'll answer a little more solar because we have two buildings with solar downtown, with close to the same amount as this. They don't even remotely give enough power to sell back to the grid. A block like this will be monthly electric bill of $40,000, and solar might be $1,200, $1,500 a month. 5%, 2%, 4%. Those are the kind of numbers on a commercial building for solar. Buildings downtown that have restaurants and retail and all that we have in there use a lot of power. So we found from our other buildings that we have it's definitely worth doing. Every bit of solar helps, but it doesn't even remotely cover the electrical usage.
Okay.
Andrew.
Do you find it unrealistic to do shifts for your management of 24/7 people, or how is that thought through?
Andrew, what do you mean shifts on site or off site?
On site. You expressed how they could be sick on vacation or just living their lives, but in reality, if this is their job, they may be on shifts. So to have more than one, they could be on shifts.
I can definitely appreciate your question and your desire for that. We have found, we're the largest landlord downtown, we have found there's nothing better than 24/7 because we have so many restaurants and we have 24/7 stuff happen all the time. And we have just found that the quality available on our 24/7 programs and the depth we have on that is so much better than an individual. We want both. We really like both. That could be different for different applicants, but for us, when we have 8 restaurants downtown and we run 7 days a week, we have to. So this just dovetails right into our organization that is more intense, quite frankly, from restaurants and those type of uses than it is from our residential uses. So dovetailing on that is a better program.
When we approve this project, it would be for the life of the property, as the chairman had stated. So although your organization is fit to do so, we are looking well into the future here.
But it's an annual renewal.
Sure.
The city council has an annual renewal, so the board can easily state that, the condition that it's looked at, how effective is the on-site and the 24/7. So you do have that. That's why the annual renewal of a license is there. So that's a perfect thing to put in it.
To me, that's subjective. It's a lot harder to get a really good sense of what's happening on the property 24/7 without that.
We have both.
Sure. But 2 eyes, less than 4 eyes, less than 6
I'm just
eyes.
telling you from my experience.
Sure. And you haven't experienced this. And if we're asking for more capacity and more people, that to me indicates more responsibility and more management of those people.
We prefer how as we've proposed it, 1 on site and 24/7. We're comfortable with that.
Well, following up on that, the ordinance would require 2 24/7 folks on site. I'm somewhat leaning toward the reduction of that to 1, but I'm having a hard time with just somebody living there. Sometimes they're there, sometimes they're not. They might be on vacation. And we can't tie an approval to the McNabb Management Company. It just has to be a management company.
I think we can tie it to a property management company, though.
Could be a property man, but they vary in the city, and they will vary in the future. So, in researching this topic myself and looking at some others, the idea of having a person in this building responsible for management was a big thing. And even I think you thought so too when we first started talking about this, Mark. Whether there's a need for 2 of them, I can be moved on that point, but I think there is a need for one. That's my opinion. Joe?
I don't want to suggest that this might be, this issue that we're having with the management of the building might be self-correcting, but the fact of the matter is, if there is an issue with this building where we experience some of the things that we're fearing, it's a nightmare for them more than us. And it would be, I do think it's almost self-correcting. If they're living with a building that is dorm-like, for example, that's not lasting very long for them. They will have to correct it to survive. The fact that we have an annual renewal is an amazing tool for us. And for that reason, and let me explain a little bit more about my living situation. I live amongst all the hotels downtown, where people are here for 1 night, 2 night, and they're here to unwind and kind of be loud and have fun. This co-living concept, the people are a little more invested in the community. They're here for a longer period of time. I have less fear of kind of misbehaving and mischief and safety in this concept than I do for a hotel of the same size. And it's also a little bit disingenuous for the community to, as its number one concern in our city, as a creative, affordable housing options, and then to have one before us of this of a large size, in, let's face it, a wonderful location, and to not want to shepherd it and try it out. We have I think we need to be confident in the language that we put forward. We have a lot of ways to enforce this, and I say let's give it a try.
Did you?
I was just going to suggest, I think we've exhausted our back and forth with the applicant. It's probably time for the public.
Almost. Ryan had some.
We keep talking about affordability, but none of you gave us a number. What would rents look like? Ballpark, just an estimate, everything included. What do you see rents looking like?
They said they were going to base it voluntarily on a percentage of median income, but that's just something they offered as an idea.
So if you did that based on today's median income in Portsmouth, what would rent be? I want to get some idea of what affordability.
The median income in Portsmouth is $60,000 a year, so 30% would be $18,000. So it would be a little more than $1,500 a month for that metric.
All utilities included in that 1,500. You're not.
That's correct. Everything's included in that. We're not setting that tonight. We're giving you a guidance. And the perfect test, the perfect thing of co-living is that the marketplace, if they have a 2-bedroom apartment that somebody can get with a washer and dryer and parking, it has to be a fair amount less than that, or this won't be popular. People won't come. So there's definitely an affordability component to it. Has to be.
Okay, any other questions of the applicant?
Not a question. I just want to bring up a comment that was brought up that we hadn't heard before, and I agree that it is it's a valid concern, and that would be pet control in the building, and how pets are handled around the building and so forth. It could be very quickly become something that we all experience as that could be a major problem if it's not managed properly. I have all the confidence in the world that it will be managed properly, but I appreciated that comment. Also, the idea of what happens inside this building and safety regarding who's in what room and so forth. I mean, we never apply that kind of scrutiny to apartments, buildings. As far as what happens inside rooms and who's adjacent to where, that's a very slippery slope, I'm afraid to give too much attention to.
I certainly don't want to get into a conversation about who is in there, but this is a different type of use than apartments.
Understood.
And just as a point of clarification, the annual renewal is just to ensure that the conditions are still being complied with. That's it. So it's not like this thing gets a full review every year. That's not the way it works. And it shouldn't work that way. So any other comments before I open the public hearing? All right. Open the public hearing. Is anybody here or on Zoom who wishes to speak to, for, or against this application?
Hi, my name is Barbara Ward. I live at 16 Nixon Park in Portsmouth. And I just read about this project this morning. I really didn't know too much about it. And I guess one thing that concerns me is we spend a lot of time coming up with ordinances, and it sounds like you've spent an awful lot of time with the applicant. But it always seems like developers come back and want more. And you guys work so hard to come up with something. And they work with you, and then they want more. And I really appreciate the thought that this hasn't happened before here. We don't know how it's going to work. My son lived in a very similar situation as a grad student in a much smaller version of this. And I know some of the issues that it has. And I really appreciate some of what Andrew said about, going with what you've all worked on so carefully all the way through, and what Rick has said about, we don't know exactly how this is going to work. And it's a big decision for Portsmouth because it does go with the building. And I just want us to give it really, really serious thought and not just always say, okay, you can have a little bit more. Okay, you can have a little bit more. So that's all.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Hi, Peter Smith, 206 Court Street. Thanks, Andrew. I appreciate your comments. I just do want to point out a couple points of data. First, you're talking about limiting occupancy on a per room basis. I'm not completely aware of the details, but House Bill 457, Chapter 188, that was just put into effect, limits the ability of municipalities to restrict the number of people that can occupy a rental unit. So that's one point. The next one is that if we look at the master plan, page 13, the table, it covers the downtown planning area. In that table, you'll see that there is 1,106 units in the downtown planning area. Now, there's no census data from the 2019 to 2023 census that covers exactly the downtown planning area, but there is tract 691. And what that shows you, and that fully encompasses the downtown planning area and extends to the rest of the business district downtown. What that shows us is that the average household size is 1.66 in the downtown planning area. So what's my point? My point is, in the area that this is going to be built, there are approximately 1,835 residents. This individual project in this one combined building represents a 6.8% increase in the population of downtown, in the downtown planning area. And the 3 projects that McNabb has proposed for co-living right now, all of which are in the downtown planning area, would be a 10.6% increase in the population of that area in 3 buildings, one of which is only 16 people. So I just want to put that out there. It'll be a great experiment. It's just a question of, what size do you want the first experiment to be? Thanks.
Thank you.
Good evening, Elizabeth Bratter, property owner, 159 McDonough Street. What's being passed out to you is the actual law about parking. And the only reason I'm bringing it up, it has really nothing to do with them in particular. It has to do with all the developments going in. The New Hampshire Municipal Association gave out a thing, and it said it's 1 space per unit. But actually, the law states specifically that multifamily units of 10 units or more may require up to 1.5 parking spaces per unit. And to explain that, on the next page is the actual law written out. And the analysis says, this bill limits residential parking spaces to 1 per unit with exceptions for certain workforce housing. Maybe he can figure out a way to make that work for him, but he's already getting it for nothing. And multifamily developments. So multifamily developments of 10 or more. And if you look at the back, it has the actual writing of the law. We have a couple of lawyers on here. You can read it later, Beth. But anyway, I just wanted to point that out, that the Municipal Association interpreted that law differently than what it says. Maybe something you need to look at and call up about. I was thinking about all of these different things. My nephew just moved into a pod in Florida. He's in his first year of college. The pods they have, it's an enormous building. But the pods they have are 4 to 6 people per pod. And I was trying to envision living in this place. It sounds great. They have a lot of great ideas for what they want to do, game night, all that good stuff. But then I was thinking about making my oatmeal in the morning and what that's going to look like when 12 people, not necessarily all of them, but a large quantity of them, get up and have to be in the kitchen at the same time. I personally like to get up earlier than my husband because I want the kitchen to myself. But that's just me. But I'm just saying that the kitchen area seems to have a lot of spaces to sit, and I'm concerned about whether these pods have any flexibility in terms of if you find psychologically that having 12 people eating breakfast with you is a little bit difficult, if there's a way that they can maneuver these rooms to make the pods smaller. In other words, have 4 to 6 in each pod. Having stayed in youth hostels, I prefer a room with 4 to 6 people as opposed to having 12 strangers in the same room. But in a hostel, you sleep in the same sleeping area, and that's different. But it has that same feeling of that many people. So my question for the developer is whether or not there is any flexibility in making those pods smaller. I heard what was said about the positioning of the rooms. The other thing I thought about is the management. And to me, I own rentals, and I'm up 24 hours a day with my phone on so people can call me in the middle of the night when something goes wrong. So I think the management should be there awake 24 hours a day like in a hotel. They should not be sleeping in their room, because if something's happened to me in the kitchen, I want somebody to be on duty looking at the cameras just like in a hotel where the desk clerks can see that. So I think you can add conditions as you choose to, and that could be protective of the next time they renew. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else wish to speak? 2-4 against this application in round 1.
Yes, we got one on Zoom.
Got one on Zoom.
Go ahead, Aaron.
Hi, this is Erin Prue from 99 Martin Avenue and 118 Pleasant Street. And I just started learning about this project just in the last couple of days, so I don't have all my thoughts gathered. I just want to say that a lot of the comments that were made by the planning board, concerns, I do agree with. I do think that this is an interesting experiment to see if it can help with some of the affordability issues that we have with, local workers. And I'm not so sure about families. I know that a point has been made that we can't make decisions on what other people will decide is okay living circumstances, but I just don't know how safe it is to have young children sharing kitchens with strangers and living areas with strangers. But just some of the other things I wanted to bring up, I have heard the point that parking can't be discussed, but I think it should be discussed, and I think it needs to be brought up. Many people have concerns about it. The ordinance that was passed in May, I think the majority of the citizens in Portsmouth are unaware of it, and we have a major parking crisis in Portsmouth right now. I had a client call to find out about parking passes for both garages. Both have waiting lists, and with a project like this, it sounds like there's examples of these co-living projects in large cities, but I don't think there's been a specific example of one in a city as small as ours, and in a city that it's not easy if you don't have a car to get to the grocery store, to get to the drugstore, to get to your doctor's office. So I'm just trying to wrap my mind around, and I think a lot of people in Portsmouth, when they start to hear this, are trying to wrap their mind around where are all these cars going to go. That does have to be talked about. Some of the other points that were made, I think it's an excellent point about having on-site management 24/7. This is a bit of an experiment, from a sociology standpoint. Really, the only things that it's been compared to are dorms and boarding houses. And in both cases, you very much need there to be someone on site 24/7 who at a moment's notice can be available for issues that might arise. I'm just looking at my notes here. Another comment that was made just with respect to this being a better situation than someone trying to rent a house with 4 other people and finding roommates. Well, in that situation, you can interview those 4 other roommates and pick the house together. In this situation where somebody's coming in and they're living with 100 other strangers and sharing a kitchen with them and potentially a bathroom with them, I think that's a much more uncomfortable, potential situation than a small scale, someone, renting a room in a house where they can speak with everybody else who's going to be living there. But that's all safe for now. I just want to say this really needs to be looked at very, very closely. This is a huge project, and if it doesn't go well, that could be pretty detrimental for downtown Portsmouth. Thank you.
One more on Zoom.
Go ahead, Barbara.
Hi, this is Barbara Jenny from 94 Pleasant Street. Thanks for your time. I really appreciate all the consideration that this board and council have put into this type of housing, and I really hope you will exercise your right to say no to more. Time and time again, we're seeing, as other speakers have mentioned, developers coming back with, oh, actually, we need more. And they need more so they make more money. And I can tell you it's not just me, but a lot of the citizenry are feeling frustrated and feel like developers keep getting everything they want. And Mr. McNabb seemed put off by the board member this evening who expressed what he called anger. And there are a lot of people feeling angry. So I really appreciate, being honest. And I hope, again, that this board will limit this project to what was discussed at length and agreed upon earlier. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else wish to speak to or against this application in the first round? Remember, you can't speak in the second or third rounds if you don't speak in the first round. else on Zoom? Going to move on to the second round. Anybody, any second round speakers? There's no second round speakers. I'm going to close the public hearing unless somebody raises their hand. And close the public hearing. Would the board like a 10-minute break?
Yes.
I would like to use the bathroom, yes.
Let's take a 10-minute break. I'll call the meeting back to order. It's board deliberation time. Yes, Paul.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's been very helpful for me to hear from everybody tonight on this application. When we get these applications, we're alone with it. And I get my initial impressions and reactions to what I'm seeing in an application. But it's not until I'm here with the board and the board is conducting its business that I get to really get the full scope of everyone's perspective on it. So what I'd like to share with everybody is my initial reaction to this application. When I saw and I'm thinking about the property, 1 through 15 Congress Street, and what I saw was that the architects and the engineers went to work on this piece of property and using co-living came up with a number. And it was a large number. And I was encouraged by that because I'm looking at this property saying, wow, this property can support this number of people living in it. I would imagine that if an architects and engineers went to work on this property for other uses of this property, they could come up with similar densities. So I wasn't having any heartburn over the number. I was thinking back to when we first started this discussion, and there was a very impassioned group of people here from the community pleading with the board to approve co-living. So I was encouraged that Portsmouth is getting a project that we're not serving just the smallest number, the minimal number of people. We're serving a greater number, the maximum number of people with this. There are certainly some concerns over property management, the density, that this is an unknown for the city, but I really am encouraged by the fact that the city, this board, we approved co-living. We have a project before us that's going to do co-living big. Like we're not just dabbling here. We're going all in on co-living. And I'm in support of this project as it was presented to us tonight.
Thank you. Mr. Tony.
So I appreciate Paul's comments, and I'm largely in agreement. I don't think this is perfect yet. I think that, when we were talking earlier, we didn't have drawings. So I wondered if truly, if we had this set of drawings when we were trying to craft the ordinance, if we would have crafted it differently. And I think that's part of the hardship we're feeling right now. It's like, I probably would have done this differently. I don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater here. I'm going to have a lot of metaphors too. It's just the way I am. I think we can get someplace that is workable, we're all okay with. So I don't want it to be like, hey, this is it, or that's it. I feel like, if we feel 40 units is the max, then the developer will probably be like, well, fine, I'll do 40 and I'll just build more expensive apartments and it'll be better for his pro forma. And so I think we can get there though. But I do hope that we're reasonable and trying to realize what the end goal is. I was going to read it today, but the post got deleted online. Someone was requesting someone's parking lot to park their car because they want to live in their car. And I was like, hey, I can't live on the city streets. I'm getting ticketed. Can I rent a spot on your driveway? That's what we're dealing with in this town. And so I think we have to be careful not to, make perfection enemy of the good here. So I hope that we work forward to something that's palatable.
Andrew.
Probably no secret that I'm pretty passionate about this at this point. I will also remind everyone that I voted in favor of having co-living in the first place, and I voted in favor of having the language as we had written it. And I'm still for it, still for the concept. Can't express that enough. Everyone has contributed to the language that we have written. We sat here several times and through several iterations to get to the language with real anecdotes and real examples. We looked at them online. And sure, Joe, your point about it being a self-correcting or self-governing community is accurate. to use an anecdote or experientially, I say that often about HOAs, where we put in HOA rules or stipulations, and most often it is my statement that HOAs will self-govern themselves because people are invested in that certain area of land or certain neighborhood. And I do think that that will be the case here. I sincerely do. I am choosing to be an optimist in this sense, but I'm also choosing to be pragmatic. And I think that there's a lot of hypothesis here, and there's a lot of I thinks. I tried to count them by the applicant several times, but there's a lot of I thinks. We are building expectations based on conjecture. We do not know how this will go. And when I sat here and we talked about quantifying co-living, that's how I became comfortable with it, was the actual quantification or the quantity of. And I get that it's about 1.2 acres, so it's nearly 55,000 square feet plus or minus, and it's in the downtown corridor where we have a huge sensitivity to the cost of living. But the non-binding statements that have been made about management or about how this will operate, whether it's this applicant, this current owner, or a future owner, to me is too grandiose and too empty. I will also agree with Tony that we are not far off, and I also agree that we can't let perfection be the enemy of good. I really like that statement here because, again, we voted to approve this language initially, and I still think it's applicable and appropriate. But to overlook some of the core aspects of our original language, like the management style and like the number of people, would be an injustice to the city, I think, because this is a nascent concept for Portsmouth and something that we have to take very seriously because it is going to be plus or minus 125 people in the downtown corridor that maybe they've never been here before, maybe they do live here now, but ultimately this board would then be responsible for those people in some matter because we're saying, yes, go put that many people there. And I understand how that can apply to any residential project or any hotel, but this concept being new would get red flagged and scrutinized heavily if we let it happen and it didn't go well. The last new concept that this group brought before us was the hearth, and we all know how that turned out. Now I'm very happy that they have a backfill tenant that is going to contribute to downtown, but that was the last new concept. And I'm unwilling to deviate from the language that we have until we have more proof or evidence.
Bill?
I'd like to go forward with what it is that after a year's worth of work by a lot of people, good wisdom, came up with a premise as to what workforce, what co-living would be. I'd like to go forward with that within the boundaries of what we asked for. And I'd like to establish a set of performance criteria for our own judgment so that we will know when phase 2 comes if we're accomplishing what we think we will accomplish. I think what that success or non-success criteria are is just vague to us at this point. I would break it into two pieces. Do what we said we wanted to do, establish some criteria, evaluate what we said we wanted to do, how it works, and then assuming in a reasonable short period of time, if it works, then we go to phase 2. But to jump off the tower without a good set of success criteria and a 50% increase over what we thought was prudent seems to me not to be the right thing to do.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question, and it's more of a legal inquiry, and it would be if this board were to continue or to consider moving forward with this, if there were a way to include in the annual renewal process and the inspection somehow the evaluation of the effectiveness of the property management to determine whether one individual living on site plus the 24/7 off-site was sufficient. I don't know how to go about that. I don't know if there's a way to have that conversation. I don't know if I'm the only one wondering about that.
I was actually thinking something similar, if I'm stuck on having one person 24/7, 365 on site. I can't go less than that. But if after a year there was a report that said that person did nothing and the offsite management did everything and it was well done, that would probably make me lean towards revising that to removing the requirement. An idea, we're just talking. Andrew?
Yeah, I mean, again, we included that language very intentionally, and I don't know when it has ever paid to be less safe than more safe. So having more safety or more management than you may need in the first year that this has ever existed in Portsmouth seems to be quite opportunistic and probably helping in the long run. That report after a year, yeah, it's probably going to be fine, and it's probably a self-fulfilling report that's going to say we have no issues and off-site management is fine because it's cheaper. But in reality, why can't we start with more management?
Well, and in fact, if we went to one, we'd be starting with less than what we wrote. But I think there's a logic, there's an arithmetic logic in my mind for, we all came up with these numbers. To Paul's point, the engineers and the architects came up with what they've rationalized to me is the number of units, not the number of people. None of us know the number of people. So we're all guessing at the number of people. I mean, you could fill it up with singles, and that would be wonderful. You could get demand for nothing other than doubles, and we'd all be wrong. We anticipated incorrectly. So I think, and I'm sensitive to the developer's comment that, he wouldn't want to turn somebody away because he didn't have the ability to have double occupancy. So I'm at a number that is more than what we wrote, but less than what he's asked for. That's where my head is at.
Turning people away is just the nature of supply and demand.
Understood, but under the spirit of what we've been trying to do as public policy in creating affordable housing, that is a tension against that.
PHA has wait lists a mile long.
Okay. Andrew, Joe.
The idea of coverage on the building, whether it's living on site 24/7, I'm hearing it's mostly to do, it's less to do with whether or not there's a toilet clogged or no paper towels in the dispenser. It's about safety, correct? So there is a way to measure safety over the year. I mean, we're talking about the security of the building, not so much the internal management of it, like whether someone feels like they were greeted properly, or if they have a problem with their key, who do we call? I'm feeling like our biggest concern is the safety of the facility. So perhaps these ideas that we have about altering the language or adding to it or making stipulations are more geared to the security of the facility. And that can be measured because we know if there are calls to the police station, we know if we see vandalism, if we see, so it's less about the internal management of the cleanliness, the light bulbs being out, toilets clogged, that sort of thing. For us anyway, I assume people are mostly concerned with the safety and how it affects neighboring buildings, noise, safety, those sorts of things. Those can be measured. Those are measurable effects over a year.
And that's the important thing. They have to be measurable for us to make it a condition.
Sorry.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to make a couple of comments. I agree with what's being said about, I think, the focus being on safety and management. Because right now, we've got two things, the number of units and the management ratio of those. My main thought here is, the management, like we said, could start lower or higher and be increased or decreased to meet the demand. But once the building's built and the units are built, you can't really go and say, oh, well, we probably could have allowed 125, but now we can't go back and build them. So I'd rather put the condition on meeting that management threshold rather than reducing the number of units to meet the one person, if that makes sense.
I think I understand what you're saying.
I need clarification on that. Is what you're saying is you have less of an issue with the numbers of units. Your issue is with the management of those extra units.
Right, and specifically that you could bring this within the management ratio by just decreasing the number of units, but then you can't go back and say, oh, we were wrong, let's build the 40 that we wanted in the first place. You can't go put them back quite as easily as you can say, oh, we didn't need that person. or we need an extra person, or whatever it might be.
We keep talking about 125 residents, but these could theoretically be month-long leases. So you could, in a year of that building, potentially have way more people coming in and out just by the nature of how the leases are. And so I think having more management when you potentially have a lot of turnover very quickly, given that most of Portsmouth does not allow for 1 month leases, but this co-living does allow for that. We're talking about 125 people could be theoretically times 12 months. Not saying that every month every unit's going to turn over, but we could be seeing a lot of turnover, and so I would rather more management to make sure that like it's done well, the lease, people aren't turning over for the wrong reasons. Like I just feel like safety is a big concern. And part of it's just me as a young woman thinking about roommate situations I've gotten into that were very unsafe and scary, and what this could mean for people, and potentially then future projects. This is the first, and I'm sorry it has to be you, because if this doesn't go perfectly well, or it doesn't go well, think of how many more projects can't happen. I think this is why we are looking at it with such a different standard, because it is the first, and could potentially, if it doesn't go right just because of management or something, could derail many other projects. We have seen projects not go through because of public outcry because of previous projects. It might be a completely different developer, but I think the fact that this is the first means it's setting a precedence that a lot of people are going to look at. And when we first started crafting this language, a lot of what we were hearing about was boarding houses of the past, of Portsmouth's past, and that's what people were stuck on. So I think we need to be very careful when we look at this project, because it does set a precedence and can impact future projects.
Bill and then Joe.
There are some very basic principles of project management. And one of them is that you ramp up on a plan. You have measurable milestones along the way. You have safety factors built in. You don't try to optimize the economics from day one. You get things going in a quality way, and then at the end, later on, you drive the costs down. So if this is a fairly typical startup project, I mean, those are the steps you take. And I don't know why we would think that we would just want to start assuming total success with minimal safety and minimal cost.
Joe.
Just want to wrap up my comments so we can move forward. We've heard a couple of people comment tonight who admittedly said they're seeing the project for the first time. And we've also used the term experiment a few times. I just want to repeat the confidence that we should have, and we have looked at this. We've put a huge amount of thought into this. There's been a huge amount of discussion. There's an opportunity for public to have input. So I might be a little more optimistic about it, but I'm envisioning a bit more of a more positive experience. I mean, this building could be filled with wonderful people. I mean, I don't believe that this is going to feel like a prison, a large prison with prison riots every night downtown. I genuinely feel like this is going to be a success. Will there be challenges to the applicant? Yes. To manage it? Yeah. I can't help but draw comparisons to hotels. Just because of the sheer numbers of people will have to check in, they'll have a key, there'll be house rules, they'll have to enforce all of that. I also do not believe this is an exercise in greed. There are far more profitable things that could be constructed here. So and Andrew, as you know, I have a huge amount of respect for you as a board member here, and I want to address your concerns somehow. And if the concessions is that with the additional units, we give, if relief is being requested for the additional units, but maybe there isn't relief given to the on-site live-in caretakers. That is an option for this board to exercise.
I would definitely feel exponentially more comfortable with more management and more people who are intimately familiar with this building, with these units, and with the operation, or moreover, who is allowed to or expected to be in these units. Because maybe it is that we have 100 plus or minus great residents in these units. That would be excellent, because again, people moving to Portsmouth, I choose to believe they're great people. It's not them I'm worried about sometimes. It's the other people that are coming in, the guests of those people, the people that are not familiar with the private spaces of co-living. And so how do those guests circulate and interact with co-living? How do those folks manage that? And in my opinion, again, sorry to go back to the dorm room example, but it is true. Dorm rooms, co-ed living, shared bathrooms, shared kitchens, shared common spaces, you always have issues. And there's always somebody on duty as an RA or D. And to me, that person has a higher authority, and they are looked at and well respected in that community or in that pod because of that authority. And to me, that having that presence alone helps with the self-governing, helps with the safety. So yeah, I could be more amenable to the number of people, a number of units here, but I am less flexible on the management style, because that to me is conjecture that none of us in this room have done. And I fully respect the applicant, as I've stated before, but the applicant still has not done this, and nor has the city of Portsmouth. And I'm unwilling to deviate from jeopardizing the value of from a 1.2 acre lot in downtown Portsmouth for a concept that nobody in this room knows how it's going to go. Even as an optimist, I'm unwilling.
It seems to me that we're getting close to possibly somebody making a motion, which I can't do. But we've got a number of people, we've got 83 units. They've made the case for that. I'm sold on that. They made the case of 83 units. If you took the math that I did on the 34 units as 40 people and multiplied it out, it comes out to 98 people. If you wanted to round that to 100, which is what Andrew just happened to say, that's more than 20% more than what we thought, but there's no particular magic to what we thought. We were trying our best to come up with a number, and I think we did. I'd be inclined to support something of approximately 100 people, 83 units, at least one on-site manager, 24/7, 365, with a management company as was proposed, and the option to come back in a year to bring a report from Public Safety and DPW as to what's happened over the past year, if they want to remove that requirement for the on-site 24/7, 365 person. Those are my thoughts.
Get all that, Peter?
No motion yet.
That's not a motion.
I guess my question on that would be, you're basically decreasing the amount of people with they've already offered to have the one on-site person plus the 24/7. So maybe in a year after the report comes back that it's all working really well, maybe the number goes back to what's
No, they're saying
requested.
they'd have one full-time employee. That's not 24/7 on site.
Oh, you want 24/7 on-site?
Plus the management company.
Oh. I guess I don't see that being a total.
That's why it
blower.
could be, if you're right, it could go away after a year.
Sorry again. Did we put an age restriction on this
No.
building? No.
No.
I'm sorry, what was the question?
That's restrictive.
Age restriction.
Too restrictive.
It was age restricted at all. My thought goes to, you have to be a certain age to generally rent a hotel room, rent a car, generally be a certain age to go to college. So now I'm thinking about, you could be 17 and living in this building, or you
They
could
could
be
be 10 and living in this building.
Well, if they have contracts, they have to be 18 to sign a contract.
Sure.
That's legal age to sign a contract, so.
just a thought.
But
Not-
they
not-
did say potentially a parent and child could live in the building, so there could be children in the building.
The child's not signing a contract.
Yeah, no.
No, I was
No children contracts.
just thinking about demographic.
I'll get the motions going. How's that?
Sure.
I'll make a motion that we vote to find the conditional use permit application meets the criteria set forth in section 10.243 and to adopt the findings of fact as presented.
Second.
Discussions on the findings of fact.
So technically, that would indicate that we feel that it meets the requirement for safety.
No.
No, it's with sufficient information, basically, to proceed.
That's all it is.
It's not approving anything yet, it's just saying we've got enough information. If you feel there's something missing for information, that this is the time to bring that up.
You're locking in this zoning ordinance, this building code, you're locking all that in with
I
this.
understand. What I feel is missing is the concept of safety. That I don't hear the things that I would need to feel the safety is there.
That's in the next one, I believe, in my opinion.
Yeah, I'm not sure where that would, you have to tie it to the regulation bill, so if it's not,
Well, there's a difference in, they're presenting, I'm sorry, they're presenting what they believe is a management system which will provide the safety. Whether or not you believe it's adequate is different. So the fact of their presentation, the fact is they've addressed the management issue. In other words, that information is before you. Now you decide whether or not it's adequate or not. Or if they completely ignored the management and safety of the building, you could say that that has not been presented.
correct.
Yeah.
You get that?
I understand.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
I'll keep going. I'll make a motion to vote to grant the modification from section 10.815.26 to allow more than 80 residents per building and more than 40 residents per floor.
Second.
I have a suggested amendment. If that's okay?
We're listening.
I was looking for the chair's acknowledgement. I'll take the city managers. I'm wondering if the off-site management, I might need help with the language here, has to have an office located, a staffed office, not just some, WeWork space. The staffed office within a half mile of the residence.
That could be a condition.
I'm trying to think
If
of,
there is such a thing, so long as there's, there's presumably one.
I just don't want to be 45 minutes. Oh, they're coming from Rochester, they're coming from Hollis, whatever.
New York.
Yeah, they'll be there. Yeah, they're coming.
There's a proximity requirement.
Well, there's on staff, on site, that's that, and I think the management has to be within a certain distance.
Back to the motion, though, I didn't understand. You just said above, but you didn't set a number.
Me?
Yeah, you.
I was reading what number 2 stated.
Don't we have to say a number?
Nope, it's just more than 80 residents per building or more than 40 per
What the
floor.
requirement is.
We're allowing the modification.
Open-ended?
Well, it's as presented in the
As
application.
presented, right.
Well, as presented, you didn't say as presented.
I will add in at the end of what I stated,
you're-
as presented.
As presented, okay.
Second.
Second agrees.
And then I made a suggested amendment.
And the suggested amendment relates to the management company, which,
Let me clarify. The on-site staff will be 24/7, not going on vacation. And that week, there's no coverage. There's somebody there 24/7. And then the management company would be have an address located with people on staff
In Portsmouth, or?
Within a half mile of the property.
The motion is just for the people. It's not for the management waiver yet.
We could get to.
The only thing that was brought forward was section
Peel that one back. This is a preview.
10.815.26.
It's a preview. The preview ruined the movie, but go ahead.
Right? That's the only thing she.
No, she read the whole thing.
No, she didn't. She didn't.
I read number 2 and adding the words as presented at the end.
But you read only section 10.815.26.
Correct.
Right. So trying to make sure everyone understands what this specific motion was for.
In other words, is this only half a motion for the?
Correct.
Or,
It's
okay.
only half of 2.
So she's doing 2B, not 2A?
Correct.
All right, yeah.
Is that your intention?
My question is, we have the opportunity to go back and continue making motions. Yeah. Okay. That's what I seconded.
I admit, I'm lost.
So, all right,
We have-
let's, the motion as made and with
And
respect,
seconded.
and seconded and being discussed, referring to 10.815.26
Correct.
as presented, would permit exactly as they presented, as 120, whatever it is.
125 residents.
But it doesn't speak to the management of it.
Nothing about management,
Right,
that's a different section.
right.
So
Yeah,
it would-
conditioning.
as presented, it would be 51 residents on the third floor and 74 residents on the second floor.
Yeah, that's how I understand it.
I don't support that, but that's what it says, and that's the motion.
So we're having discussion about that motion.
We're talking about that motion, the number. My number is lower than that. My number's at 100.
Yep.
And I'm,
Okay.
yeah, I might be the only one here. Andrew's writing something furiously. Did you want to say something, or?
No, just so I didn't forget later.
It's doing the mini crossword.
We're at 125.
Okay.
Would it be appropriate to
You
ask
good
for
with
a
that?
roll call vote? for
No, but I was just going to wait to tell you that.
If you ask for it, we have to do it.
That's my point.
I think we should do it, because I think it'll be a muddling of the yeses, yeas and nays, and I would request a roll call vote.
So it is requested, so it shall be.
All right. Ms. Wolf?
No.
Mr. Simonis?
No.
Mr. Giuliano?
Yes.
Counselor Moreau?
Yes.
Mr. Bowen?
No.
Mr. Almeida?
Yes.
Mr. Coviello?
Yes.
City Manager?
Yes.
Chair Shellman?
No.
So 5 yeses, 4 noes. So it passes
Motion carries.
5 to 4.
So second motion, to grant the modification for section 10.815.25 to allow 1 full-time on-site manager and 1 off-site manager available 24/7.
Second.
I'm sorry, I'm just pausing, I just want
Oh.
to make sure.
I can't see you.
Instead of 1 full-time manager on site at all times for 40 residents. As part of that stipulation, the on-site manager is fully available 24/7, not on vacation. You have to find someone else to fill in. And the off-site management is located within a half mile of the property. Staffed.
And the offsite is 24/7, 365, which is what they proposed.
Yes.
If I understand you correctly, you're proposing to grant a modification to be 1 full-time 24/7 on-site manager and off-site 24/7 as well within city limits? Is that what you said?
I said half mile.
Half a mile, okay. I guess I need to clean my ears out. I'll follow with that for a second. Can I add to that there would be a report back in a year, and if on-site 24/7 isn't found to really be useful, that if we get a report back, that could be then waived at that point?
Yes, I thought we'd work on the report back a little bit. This is probably the appropriate time for that, yeah.
Did you get all that, Peter?
Report back from,
The applicant.
what about police and?
Sure. I mean, I don't know that they would actually know, but I guess we could ask for a report from city departments as well, if they've heard any complaints, I guess, yeah.
What are the implications of that report?
That they wouldn't be able to remove the on-site 24/7 in a year if it's found that there are too many complaints or that it's a necessity.
How many is too many? And what classifies something that's less bad, more bad, not bad?
What you say is not an unreasonable number of complaints. It's arbitrary, it's discretionary, but you have to put something in there. Because one complaint, is that a problem? 150 complaints?
If that complaint is sexual assault in a shared bathroom, yeah. It's like a traffic accident at a newly approved development. One is too many.
That's why you put some discretion in there. I mean, you could try to list them.
No, I don't want to.
We have a lot of hands over here.
So there are two separate subjects. One is the report back and a definition of the report back, and the other's, we're saying one full-time 24/7 person, as opposed to the current regulation, which calls for 3 or 4.
One per 40. Yeah.
So we're
It'd
scaling.
be 3, with this number, it would be 3 and an 8.
Motion on the table currently says it would be 1.
One on site and then a management company.
Now, the interesting thing with this applicant is that the management company is in fact across the street. So in this particular, now if the property is ever transferred, that's a very different situation, just so, yeah.
Don't forget that.
Right.
And at
But-
which point they would have another year to report back if it's
No,
transferred?
at the end of the year, if it seems like it's a necessity, then it remains.
Are we asking the residents? Because maybe a woman moves out after a month because she doesn't feel safe, but she didn't necessarily go to the police and say like, oh, this guy was creepy, because we all know women frequently underreport these issues. And if it's the only place they can afford to live for the month, they might put up with a lot. So are we finding a way to ask the residents how safe they felt, or if there were issues that maybe didn't make it to the police?
Well, as written, we said city staff, so if there was a complaint to any department, wouldn't just be one if we leave it open as staff. So that would allow for people to report to the city manager if they wanted to.
If this was a hotel or a department store or some other use,
We'd never do this.
would there be any way to even include this as a condition of approval?
No.
I'm just confused at who even in the city is responsible for verifying compliance? Is it code? Is it?
The code enforcement is verifying compliance with approval.
And without that person here to kind of guide us, like, here's how I see that going. I'm seeing management on the property. I just don't know how granular we can get here tonight to say.
It was more getting a report back from both the applicant about how the management appears to be working from their point of view.
Sure,
And
and
then
police and
staff,
fire and-
in case there's been any complaints.
There we
There
go.
would be a report back, so we would at least have that information. That's it.
I think part of the reason we are being so specific is because many of us felt strongly that there should be people in the building. And in this case, the request is that there should be, for their numbers, there should be at least 3, it's 125, so like technically a fourth if you want to follow the letter of the law, and they're requesting it down to 1. So the rule we wrote, and we were very adamant about, some of us, was that there would be one person who lived there for every 40, one person on site. So I think this isn't like a hotel in the situation that there is a law, there is a regulation, and they're asking us to waive that regulation.
Technically, it's been built in and written with flexibility for modification. That's why the planning board allows it, because we don't know if when we wrote that, if that is exactly what needs to happen, right? So there's modification ability built into the ordinance. And that modification ability is granted to this board. So this board gets to make the decision as to whether or not a modification to what we've written is acceptable or not.
The only way we can do that, though, is with numbers and data. So I mean, I
Which
think
we won't have until this actually
Yeah.
is in place and we get reports back, which is why the report back in a year has been added.
Joe?
I genuinely believe that these are all very valid concerns. I do think it's a bit curious that I don't recall us ever asking these, and maybe we should. I'm not saying these aren't questions we should be asking, but for hotels, for other housing, large housing projects, I mean, the potential for all of these awful things to happen could happen, and I get that this is a unique and new thing for us, but I also want us to be aware that we might be asking a little bit more than we ever have on a project. And look, perhaps we're in a place now, we just simply have to say to the applicant, you need to, you must. We're wrestling with this, trying to give the relief, but we don't have to. If it's two on-site living, then so be it. But then I ask myself, if there's something happening on site, you're not calling two people, you're calling one. You're calling one person. And
The idea was one per floor.
It's still the same phone number, potentially, right? And that person's going to call, whether it's the police or a plumber or an electrician, or I don't necessarily.
Or one of the 125 other residents.
What's that?
One person to call 911.
Right. Versus, what is the benefit of having two? Are they wandering the building like a security guard? Are they? We're not getting that granular, as Paul said, and I agree with him. We're asking for this coverage, but we're not really understanding what the coverage.
developer said himself, maybe one of the people is on vacation or they're sick, so having more than one person.
But what we're saying is, there's never a situation where there isn't someone there.
We're not allowing
24/7. It's not one person, it's the position, so multiple people are working the position potentially. When someone goes away, someone else has to be in that unit.
It's the idea, there's always somebody in the building you
Right.
can call.
Right.
Always somebody right there. So you don't have to wait. It's snowing outside, it's icy, they can't get across the street,
The
that's
question
not
I'm
an issue.
asking is, how is it better if it's one person to call or two people to call? Someone's gonna answer the phone, no matter what the complaint is.
That's
And
why,
that person's gonna-
that's why we're talking about one instead of two or three.
Right, right. As long as there's one.
If there's one there
always.
plus a management company as backup, that seems like it would work.
Shall we have a vote?
Can we
Settle on the
perfect
motion?
this amendment? Report back from the applicant and staff about, so I was thinking about this, 1 year from the issuance of the CO, so
Yes.
that's when it's.
Yep.
Report back from the applicant and staff about,
Demonstrating a reasonable, help me, I'm pulling, it's trying, reasonable, we wanted to have this wording that you suggested, I liked, giving us ability to act, demonstrating a reasonable level of safety.
Yeah, no unreasonable, no unreasonable.
That's a double negative.
I know it is.
I hate double negatives.
How would
Say unreasonable.
How would restaurant regulation word that? Like, how would the health inspector word it if she were inspecting a restaurant and they had certain violations?
Well,
Thinking to the effect of, if they are cited with violations, they're very clear what those violations are. So applying that same logic, how can we use that in this instance?
if this is what Beth had in mind with her amendment, what I envisioned was if the applicant wanted to come back to have that restriction removed, they would come back to the planning board and have a conversation. So it could be aired in a meeting like this. So we would all be talking about it. And, you know, we get the staff report, people would talk about, well, you know, there was this that happened, this didn't happen. They've got good data. They've shown over a course of a year, we didn't need this person. So will you remove him? We consider it. Or the deputy chief of police comes and says, you know, we've been here every week, last year, it's been a mess. You
So
know?
I'm on board with that, and that logic and that concept, but my mindset would be to add more protections than less in this instance. And as we have it written, yeah, they may need 3.8 of them, but I'm fine with 2. You know, can we start with 2, and then in a year, if they want to remove 1, they can request that?
Well, the motion is 1. Are you proposing an amendment?
I'm not going above 1. I don't think in the circumstances of what we have that it's a necessity.
I guess okay.
But it's one with the,
Backup
also the
management
on-call
company.
24, yeah.
Right. Correct?
Correct. Sorry, I'm shaking my head.
You're nodding your head.
I'm nodding, yeah.
Okay.
Peter, you comfortable?
No, I don't, I'm not.
Maybe the better way to say it,
Not with
I've been
this.
thinking about it, maybe the better way to say it would be to come back to the planning board, for the board to measure the effectiveness or lack of need of the on-site manager.
You tied it to, Mr. Chairman, you tied it to them coming back for a request.
Right.
I thought, independent of that, in 1 year, we were, as part of this 1-year renewal, it would come back. If they also,
Do that.
as part of that 1-year renewal, want to request, then all of that will go into the mix in terms of the analysis, but I wasn't tying it to.
So it's 2 parts then. One would be the report that gets submitted, because it's the city clerk who does the renewal. So the report would be prepared as a part of the renewal. Second part is if the applicant wanted to remove that requirement, they could come here.
Regarding the first part, will it come to us?
No.
Not the renewal.
No, not
We
the-
can't make a stipulation of that.
I mean, you could. If you wanted
Well,
to see
the
it,
permit's
if you wanted
issued
to
by the
see-
city clerk's office. We don't have authority over the city clerk.
Right. Why would
If you
we
wanted
want
a
to?
copy of it, you could see it.
I want the authority, but.
Well, what about the recommendation? We do that all the time for city council. It could be that it comes to us for a recommendation to the city.
You're suggesting an ordinance change?
Well, I don't want to change
No.
this. Yeah.
I think that the report back is only 1 year. After the year, it goes to the city clerk, and if they want to change the circumstances based off of those reports, then they have to come and ask us, because that's changing an approval. But they don't necessarily have to if they don't want to change it.
I agree with that.
I'll live with that. It's fine. I was just trying.
And that would be the case anyway. I mean, if
Right.
they wanted to.
It's actually
if
required.
you
Right.
just stipulate this and they want to change it, they'd have to come back.
Right.
But if
That
you
way,
want-
we're not putting it in the hands of the renewal of the annual renewal to make that determination. It would be the board's decision.
Strike that then.
So are we removing this second condition? Or do you still want to have it? Or report back?
Read it to me.
Well, what I have is a report back from applicant and staff
With their annual renewal.
with their annual renewal.
Yep. Because that would be when, it would be a year from CO, right? To
Yep,
get your
yep.
annual renewal. So they can report that back to staff. And if they wish to change the circumstances of the 24/7 on-site management, they would have to come back to the board to make that request after that 1 year and those reports have been submitted.
So just playing this out a little bit, if they do not get their renewal, what it means is it defaults to a different level of management.
No.
What does it mean?
If they don't get their renewal, they don't get to keep having co-living, right?
Yeah, it's-
So we're just asking for them to submit these reports with that renewal so that the city has that data, because we're looking for data to continue to move this, and especially as we expand it farther in the city, we need that data, right? If they wish to change our approval that we just are working on, in other words, we don't need the on-site to be there 24/7. They can just be full-time on-site. They would have to come back to this board to then request that change, but they'd have the data to back it up. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
I think that was pretty clear.
What doesn't make sense is the fact that we would shut a building of this size down if someone doesn't meet a requirement, rather
It's in the
than,
ordinance. That's in the ordinance.
It's in the ordinance, yeah.
rather than the result of not would be a change to how they manage the building.
That would be
I'm not looking to change the ordinance, I'm just realizing, or re-realizing now, the gravity of that renewal.
Right.
And as we spoke to it earlier, it was another reason that gave me confidence that they're not gonna screw this up, because if
Right.
they do, they can't use one of the most valuable buildings in downtown. They have to close it. That's what we're saying.
They'd remodel and turn it into.
Yeah, right. All right.
So this may help as part of what's submitted to the city clerk. An annual inspection report by the property manager indicating continuing compliance with the CUP and the requirements of this section. So they have to do that annually.
That was in the original language.
That's in the ordinance.
Yeah. Right.
And so you want a copy of that, and you want,
Well,
because if they want to change it, they would have to come back anyway. If
Right,
they wanna change
exactly,
it.
but we'd have then that data that's been put together. So that's why the staff reports, if there's any complaints, could be part of the renewal. And that way, if they want to come back and change it, the data's already been compiled. Does that make sense? Thank you. Somebody agreed.
I still don't have clear language with it.
Still not clear on what?
On what this condition is, but,
You know the original motion, right?
yep, got
To
that.
allow one full-time, 24/7 on-site, in addition to 24/7 off-site
Within a half mile of the
management.
property, yep.
Right, within a half mile of the property. Then the condition is 1 year after certificate of occupancy, as required by the ordinance, there will be a report back from the applicant. We're adding to that from city staff as collected for the renewal. And really, that's all we have to say, because if the applicant wants to come back, then they'd have to come back if they want to change it. So I don't know if that really needs to be part
I don't think it
of
needs
our
to.
motion. I don't think
Right.
it does,
The
because
only
we want
reason
to
you-
change
the only
that.
reason you-
We're leaving that open.
The only reason you do it is if you were limiting the additional review at a later date to just that issue. As
And then
opposed-
and that would probably be what I would
I think
intend.
that's,
Yeah.
I think that's why you said it initially.
I think it is too. So we're leaving open the door for the applicant to return after that year is completed and make the request if they feel they have the data to back up removal of the one full-time 24/7 on-site person to just be full-time. I know it was a lot of words.
How long are the permits good for?
1 year. Annually, it has to be renewed. Yep.
There it is.
We already have the year built in, yeah.
Yeah.
Frank has a question. Chairman's not looking.
Jump right in, Frank. We all do it. Just
Ah.
ask it. How are you?
I
Chairman's
was trying to
tired.
quietly get his
Tired.
attention.
Exert yourself.
Just to clarify, so potentially the applicant is coming to us with data. There was mention of the city also having data to look on during this process. Is that part of the overall process, or are those two separate things happening?
So all of that data is going to go to the city clerk for renewal.
Hmm.
And then if the applicant decides to come back to the board, that data could then come to the board, including the staff reports. So if we're asking for those staff reports, if we need to look at them because we want to know what's been going on from the city's perspective in that building, we would have that if they request a change in management.
So that's if they request a change in management, not during the renewal process.
Not because of, but, right,
It's not inherent to the renewal process.
correct.
Okay.
Correct. It would not be a standard that would happen every year, just that first year.
Gotcha.
And because of the possible request.
Everybody understand what we're potentially voting on here?
And you don't.
Did you
think that
want a
can
roll
say
call on this one or not?
I think so.
You think so? That's a roll call request.
All right. Ms. Wolf,
No.
Mr. Simonis,
No.
Mr. Giuliano,
Yes.
Counselor Moreno,
Yes.
Mr. Bowen,
No.
Mr. Almeida,
Yes.
Mr. Coviello,
Yes.
City Manager,
Yes.
and Chair.
Yes.
All right, motion passes 6-3.
I'm going to make a motion that we vote to grant the conditional use permit for co-living with the following conditions in the staff memo 3.1.
Second.
Discussion?
Would you repeat the motion, please?
It's as written, so vote to grant the conditional use permit for co-living with the following conditions that's in here. The applicant shall obtain permit from the city clerk's office accordance with the section 10.815.50 prior to certificate of occupancy for any co-living facility. Obviously, the other modifications are already take effect, so.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
No.
It's past 10 o'clock, so I need a motion to continue, or we cease.
Motion to continue.
Second.
Discussion? People want to continue through the agenda?
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, just have to ask. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? We'll continue. Trudeau, right?
Yes.
Yep.
Next item is a request of Roger and Elizabeth Trudeau and Carol A. Claiborne, Billy J. Claiborne Revocable Trust of 2014 as owner for property located at 10 and 40 Crescent Way, requesting approval of the lot line relocation between two lots with 2,088 square feet being transferred from Assessor's Map 212 Lot 163 to Map 212 Lot 165. Proposed lot line relocation will straighten the common line between the two lots. Property is located in Assessor's Map 212 Lot 163 and 165 lots in the General Residence B District. Who is here to present this application?
My name's Chuck Adams. I'm with Haley Ward. I'm going to try to make this as quick as I can. So
That would be
the
appreciated.
application in front of you is for a lot line adjustment, as you just mentioned. That lot line adjustment is between Assessor's Map 212, 163, and 165. There's a triangular piece of land that is going to be perfect. Here it is, top button.
Yep, you hold it.
Perfect. There we go. This triangular piece of land is going to be transferred from map 212, lot 163 to map 212, 165, straightening the common line. We are asking for a waiver from subdivision rules and regulations, section 9, for improvement and installation bond for the installation of monuments. As you can see on the plan, there is an existing monument here and an existing monument here. These two lines will be abandoned, and that monument will become a relic. It's pretty straightforward and simple. If anyone's got questions.
It is. Questions to the applicant? Yes.
What's the intended purpose of the transfer? I thought we had I might be wrong on this, I thought we had a kind of a rules and regulations trying to avoid these really acute angles and property lines where possible.
We do in subdivision rules, we do have the fact that the lines have to be teed up, but this actually is fixing a really
In this particular
probably
one.
ancient property line.
It's going from
So,
the heart
so right
of
now, there's a pretty significant jog in the line, and we're looking to straighten that out.
Yep.
Yeah.
This exists right now, and it's going to that.
Yeah, but then you end up with all this strange wedge up here, whereas before it was, it's a matter of opinion, I guess.
Mr. Chairman, can I ask a question of the
Absolutely.
applicant's representative? Are you representing both property owners?
I am, yes.
And both of them are in support of?
They are. They were both here. They left about 20 minutes ago. They'd had enough. I'm sorry. I implored them to stay, but they weren't. They were. It's late. I get it.
Any other questions to that? Yes.
And both lots are now, will be conforming.
They are conforming, and both will be conforming. They're both in General Residence B. Requirement for that zone is 5,000 square feet. The property, map 212-163, is currently 42,497 square feet, so it's about 8 times larger than it needs to be. It's going to be reduced to 40,410, and we're actually making the map 212-165 is going to increase from 20,694 to 22,782. So it's about
Both conforming.
Yes. That's a short answer.
Any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Public hearing, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Anybody here or on Zoom wish to speak to for or against this application? Seeing nobody, I'm going to close the public hearing.
I make a motion we vote to grant the requested waivers to the subdivision standards from section 4.9, 5.8, requirements for preliminary plat and requirements for final plat.
Second.
Oh, are you?
You have to
wait,
select-
I haven't quite
you have to
finished.
make a selection.
I'm sorry. They were so quick. I'm like, I was reading my options. In strict conformity would pose an unnecessary hardship to the applicant, and waiver would not be contrary to the spirit and intent of the regulation.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
And I make a motion to find that the subdivision lot line revision application meets the standards and requirements set forth in subdivision rules and regulations, and adopt the findings of fact as presented.
Second.
Discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
I make a motion we vote to grant preliminary and final subdivision approval with the following stipulations 3.1 and 3.2 as in the staff memo.
Second.
Discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Next two items are postponed. We have a preliminary conceptual consultation request of Double MC LLC as owner for property 134 Pleasant Street, requesting preliminary conceptual consultation. This property is in Assessor's Map 116, Lot 30, and lies in Character District 4 and Historic Districts. Who is here to present this application?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. John Shagan from Haley Ward. With me here tonight is Marie Bodie from the Double MC LLC, or representing them, Tracy Kozak, project architect, and Terrence Parker, landscape architect. On behalf of Double MC LLC, we're here tonight for a concept plan review as required in the ordinance. The property is shown on the City of Portsmouth Assessor's Map 116 as Lot 30, located at 134 Pleasant Street, adjacent to a right-of-way which is part of the Parrott Avenue parking lot. The project is within the Character District 4, CD4, and Historic Districts in the City of Portsmouth. The site is currently developed with an existing building and a surface parking lot. Current use is a banking facility with drive-up and offices. Project consists of the adaptive reuse of the existing structure with horizontal and vertical building expansions and below-grade basement parking. New exterior treatments and entrance locations are proposed, along with reimagining pedestrian-friendly sidewalk and landscaping improvements. The proposal is to increase the banking footprint, keeping the drive-through in the same location, and adding co-living. Co-living will be designed in accordance with the recently adopted 10.815 co-living section of the Portsmouth Ordinance, subject to potential modifications as the design evolves. So you have here a site orthophoto which shows the location of the site, and the red. It also does show the 250-foot setback from the highest observable tide line or resource line of the North Mill Pond, which is a New Hampshire DES jurisdictional buffer required special area. Going to the site plan, or the next sheet is the existing conditions plan. shows you what's there now, parking lot, adjacency here. This is the Parrott Avenue parking lot. The property line is here, and there is a right-of-way along this part of the Parrott Avenue parking lot that is adjacent to this lot. Next sheet is a site plan, and the site plan shows pedestrian connections. So along Pleasant Street, there's a pedestrian connection to the banking facility, which is going to be this building here. The main entrance to the banking facility adjacent to the parking area and the handicap parking spots. The residential facility is in this building here, which is a repurposing of the existing building, this being the existing building, this being totally new. And be a main entrance here, another secondary entrance to that residential component adjacent to this ramp, which will go to serve the parking at below grade level. The plan shows a revision to the west end of the current Parrott Avenue parking lot. So pointing out down here and comparing to the existing conditions plan, if we could go back to the existing conditions plan for a second, there's currently a rather odd sort of vehicular hiccup here where vehicles come down and go this way through the Parrott Avenue parking lot. And what we're proposing to do also, it does, I think, provide for folks who want to get to the Parrott Avenue parking lot a shortcut from Court Street, but that shortcut goes through private property and is something that is not desirable. So this is realigned, and if you go to the site plan, I'll show you how. What we're proposing is that the connection here goes straight through, and it ends up here with a one-way, and then that jogging maneuver is taken out. It allows for 3 additional parking spots to be created in the Parrott Avenue parking lot, and it creates a situation where if you want to bypass and not go the correct way into the Parrott Avenue parking lot, you're forced to go all the way out to Parrott Avenue and back around. So it would discourage that cut through from Court Street. So that's something we want the board to consider in the feedback tonight. Talking about utilities, municipal water and sewer systems shouldn't be impacted by this change in use. Stormwater management, drainage patterns will remain the same. We'll have some opportunities to add some. Increased stormwater treatment, site lighting will be introduced on the pedestrian corridors to provide welcoming and safe pedestrian experiences. Parking lot lighting would remain at the same levels. Site utilities and solid waste will be handled with facilities internal to the building, solid waste that is, and then natural gas, underground electric, and communications will be revised. And there is a plan in your set showing some of those utilities in concept fashion. I think at this point in time, I would go to the landscape plan. And if Terrence wants to talk about the landscaping for a bit, and then we can go to the architecture and look for your feedback on this concept. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Terrence Parker from Terra Firma Landscape Architecture. So there's the proposed landscape plan. So we're trying to maintain all the large trees that are on the site. There are some tree removals in the back. I don't know if you know, the back of the fire station, there's some big lindens there. Those are going to be removed because they're on very little pieces of soil, and we're changing all that. But in replacement of the lost lindens on the back of the fire department site, is there going to be a pocket park, like the large green area on the left side of this particular drawing. And as John mentioned just now, there's we're going to, where there's additional parking in the Parrot lot, there's going to be planting along there too, with some cut-through sidewalk, not sidewalks, but paths, gravel paths. And on the Pleasant Street side, it's all kind of, you know, the traditional low planting landscape. So it'll be lush and green on the bank side of the Pleasant Street. So it's very appealing to passersby because there's a lot of foot traffic right there. And along the Parrot, between the Parrot lot and the main bank and residential parking lot, there'll be additional trees. You can see the light green trees on the lower right side there. So wherever there's potential for green space, there's going to be a lot of green space. So, but the key feature here is the pocket park that's on the fire station side of the lot, and the preservation of the large honey locusts and oaks out there. So if you have any questions, I'll be glad to answer them. Thank you.
Hi there, Tracy Kozak, Arco Architects. This is essentially two buildings connected by a bridge. We are in the process of going through HDC to define the characteristics and styles of the buildings, but the way they're laid out, the existing buildings on the left, the new buildings on the right, that little part in the middle is a bridge at the second floor only. The entire bottom level, both old and new, is underground parking. That's an upper level. If you could please go back. Yeah, that's actually one more. Yep. That's ground level. So that's the underground parking. It's all parking. We have more parking than is required. That's ground level at grade. The new building on the right and the lower part of the existing building are bank. There is one co-living pod at this level towards the back of the existing building. And then the next page, is the second floor. We're calling the existing building A and the new building B. So you'll see level 2A and 2B. Level 2A and 2B have a height difference of about 8 or 9 feet. It's actually a full story, but the building on the right, the first story has like a 14-foot first floor because the grade slopes 6 feet from one side to the other and has to be handicap accessible. So the floors don't align, but that's why we're calling it level 2A and 2B. This is level 2A on the left, which is 2 co-living pods. And then the next page is level 2B. That's higher. That's the bridge level. The bridge itself is 3 studio apartments. And then the new addition is 1 co-living pod. On the left, you see the rooftop of the existing building, which would be roof deck and some mechanical. And then the next page is the upper roof of the addition and the lower roof below. We have a total, so even if you called this one building, it's kind of not, it's 2 buildings and a bridge, but even if it's one project, we have a total of 55 sleeping units with 4 co-living pods and 3 apartments. We have more than twice the square footage of common area that is the minimum in the ordinance. So we have the minimum required common area for everything collectively is 5,900 square feet, and we've provided almost 5,900. We've provided 13,800, which is about 8,000 square feet extra beyond the minimum. So these are very spacious units. There's a ton of common area. Same as the previous project, about half the units have their own bathroom. The units are oversized. They'll all have the same amenities with the refrigerators in the bedrooms, as well as the oversized kitchens with double refrigerators and dining for everybody. Common laundry in the basement, and I can let Marie speak to any service or management or other issues you may have. Happy to answer any questions on the architecture.
Yes, Andrew.
There are stairs at the bank front, is that correct?
We have,
You kind of mentioned it slopes down at Pleasant Street.
yes, so there are 2 stair towers, I believe, in the current design. There's a new stair tower addition on the west side of the existing building.
Towards the fire department.
Yep, and then there's a new stair tower in the new addition.
So that stair tower towards the fire department looks like a substantial building. Is that accurate? Or
It goes up to the roof deck, a full story for egress. We're required to have 2 full stair exits from the roof. So the existing building, as you know, is a 2-story building and it's sunk down in a hill. So that stair tower is just high enough to have that stair come up on the roof. In the next rendition, I think we're going to eliminate the elevator from that stair tower. So the roof of it will be able to come down probably about 3 or 4 feet without the elevator overrun at that location.
so by the average grade, I'm looking at PV 1.1.
The average grade is for both buildings combined over the whole project. It's not per building. Yep, so.
Yeah, no, I'm not disputing the average
Yeah.
grade. I'm just trying to get a total height of that stair tower.
Oh, of the stair tower, okay.
So it has average
Well-
grade of 18 and a half-ish, and then another 25 and a half, and then another 4 feet 10. So
Well,
I'm just trying to ascertain.
Yeah, so the north side of the stair tower, the grade is about 5 or 6 feet higher than the grade at the south side of the stair tower. So I guess it depends where you measure it. But if you measure it from average grade, well, it's let's see, 11 and 5. So it's 16, well, it's 16 feet from the roof behind the parapet. Do you want to know how much it sticks up above the roof?
Please.
Well, we're going to omit the elevator overrun, which is 4 feet 10 on this drawing, and it looks like it's approximately 8 feet above the parapet of the roof. And again, that's for a fire stair so that you can exit the roof safely.
Yeah, now I'm looking at the north elevation as well, and it just sort of creates a brick wall where there are existing residences on Court Street that will be staring at that brick wall, I think.
And so we can certainly add some windows in there, and I don't think HTC has even gotten around to the back of the stairwell yet, where they're still focusing on the street front, so we will certainly look at that. And we do like to put windows in all the stairwells for safety and to encourage people to use the stairwells. We can certainly add windows on that side as well. And by eliminating the elevator, it will shrink in to the building, probably about 8 feet as well.
And then on PB 2.1, at the front of the view from the Langdon House,
Yep.
are there stairs going down into the Bank Branch entrance?
There are. It's not showing in this view because we have the 3D city model from the website overlaid with our topo.
I
But
see it. I think
it shows better in the landscape plan than this 3D view.
I'm just commenting on the handrails. Is that accurate?
There will be handrails in the next, I think in the plan you have, or at least the next one, we're looking at detailing those stairs to flare out.
What I'm getting at is just how it interacts with the sidewalk, really, and the setbacks and total interaction with the sidewalk there.
Yep.
You know, so.
Yes, those will be important details. We will show those on the landscape and civil plans for sure. We are inspired by the way that the Langdon steps and fence meet the sidewalk. It's very graceful, and we're trying to be respectful of that. This building is more diminutive than the Langdon across the street. It's set down, literally down the hill from the Langdon, and we're breaking down the mass, but still trying to have an entrance at that spot.
Any other questions? Yes, Tony.
Probably more for John. That ramp down to the parking is both two directions, right? Yeah, it's the only way out. It's
Yeah,
not,
in and out, yes. Yep.
and so the users will ideally come in off of Pleasant, or
Yes.
are you allowing for them to come in off of Parrot?
The one-way is after the entrance to that, so I guess they could come in off of Parrot, yes, if they were coming from that side of town.
I'm just wondering if there's a way, if people come down this back access behind the fire station and they realize the Parrot Avenue is no longer accessible, and they're like, well, I'm just going to turn in to your parking lot, going the wrong way. There's no angled parking to tell them, hey, this is wrong. It's just it looks like a welcoming left turn there from those people. I was wondering if there's a way to increase the barrier, allow an exit out to Parrot by a left turn from that parking lot, but prevent a right turn and going towards the fire station, and then from the fire station trying to find a way to prevent a left turn. You get what I'm saying?
Well, there is going to be, on the plan it shows do not enter signs, so that would be the barrier in a way. I guess we can think about what you're talking about, but I think it's a better situation than what's there now with the awkward 290-degree turns. We'll think about what.
I think the people that use this, it's probably an initial problem because people form new habits of trying to get through there. I'm asking you to think about that. I don't have an answer for you what to do. I was just wondering if there's a way to address that a little bit so you're not welcoming that conflict of it's a significant distance from there to the Pleasant Street. So I could foresee two cars coming in and looking at each other. Which one's going to move? So just when you come back,
For the uninformed and the deer in the headlights, it is 16 feet wide, so they can pass each other potentially.
Okay, fair enough. If you just, it's still it's in my mind. If you can think, if you don't have a solution for it, we'll deal with it. But it was just a thought. And then there was a comment made about the more parking than you need as required. Then why not provide more housing? Is it the paying reverence to the building across the street and not wanting to go up too tall the stories? It just seemed like an opportunity to provide more housing on the site if there's more parking available.
So I don't know if Tracy wants to answer that question. It seems
Anybody
like
can
you're
answer.
damned if you do and you're damned if you don't.
That's
here.
what
I
I
mean,
was thinking.
There's plenty of guest parking. We're right next to the Parrot Avenue parking lot. The history of this lot is interesting because one of the first uses of the 134 Pleasant, as it was a supermarket, came in. And at the time, the grocers downtown objected very strenuously because it was right next to a parking lot, which gave it a big advantage over the other grocers downtown. So they wanted the city to put a huge fence up between the supermarket and the Parrot Avenue parking lot. But anyway, before I turn it over.
You don't need to.
Okay.
I think we just, parking has always been an issue, apparently. This This is more just commentary. I guess I'm a little disappointed in our zoning in that we're still allowing drive-through banks in downtown.
We don't. That's actually a problem. You're going to need a variance by moving that.
We're not
drive-up.
moving it.
Yeah, you are. You're moving it to another building.
Yeah. You move it to another building.
That wasn't an intentional tee-up, but
Yeah.
Yeah.
The lane is remaining exactly the same, but the window is moving to another building? Is that
The lane is moving a little bit,
Location.
but it's moving to another building. Read 10-330 carefully.
We will take that under advisement, and maybe we'll go back to moving it somewhere else like we had previously and made it better. Anyway, I did want to point out, if you go back to the existing conditions plan for a second, what Andrew was talking about. Was talking about this part of the lot at one point, I believe. And right now, there's a retaining wall here. So this property is a lot higher elevations, like 22 over the finished floor here of 14. And then it goes down to about 17 here. So this building is sunken in a little bit already. Currently, the dumpster exists here. So for the people that are living in this building, they currently have a dumpster and parking. And if you go to the landscaping plan, that's what Terrence was talking about. So that's all being replaced with a beautiful pocket park adjacent to that. So just wanted to hopefully talk about that to address what you might have been talking about with how the site interacts with that portion of the adjacency.
Yes.
I really appreciate you doing underground parking. Thank you very much. It adds parking, and we all know parking is, especially when you put it underground, is lovely. I guess I also love the fact that you're actually cutting off that corner to Parrot Ave and creating 3 more parking spots for the city. We love that. The entrance that you're kind of moving up closer to the neighbor to the north, I guess my concern is I just don't want cars to get confused. So I guess just really think about how that entrance is labeled, because you kind of have that nice circulation that goes around, but back to what Tony was talking about, you get the circulation around, but because people on the other entrance are going to be on the south going 2-way, the ones coming out from the drive-through, it's going to get confusing because then half of it's 1-way and half of it's 2-way. So you really want to think about what you put in there as far as maybe landscaping islands or signage or just some way. Yeah, because you've got that end's 1-way and the other end's 2-way, right?
No, this is entirely 2-way. This is entirely 2-way, except right here,
So how do
it
you
narrows down. So these parking spots are encouraged to go out this way.
Oh,
But
because
these
the
are
ramp.
all fully 2-way. The aisle is 2-way.
I think the arrow makes that very confusing. So you
Sure,
can come up the
sure.
ramp and still go in.
No, because we had to narrow it down to get a full complement of parking spaces here.
So how do you get out of the parking garage?
So you would come out and you'd go this way.
Oh, and do you have an easement to do that?
That, I believe we do. So the
Just
city.
wanted to make sure.
Yeah. I think I included that plan when the city sold
There's so many plans.
the land that the courthouse sits on to the state to build the courthouse. They kept access. And in fact, there are 3 parking spaces along that corridor that will be somewhat realigned.
So to follow on that thought, you say that lower half is 2-way so that people parking there can actually park out and go back out to Pleasant Street.
Yeah.
But they can't then, and they can only go out this. So it's really just keeping people from coming in there, not, okay.
Yeah, that's kind of the idea of that
Okay.
little neck
It
down,
makes
is
more
trying
sense
to
now.
keep people out.
I didn't fully understand
So
the whole
they,
traffic
so
pattern.
they're not using it as a cut through to get from Court Street to Pleasant Street.
Right. Okay. I'm good.
Anything else for the applicants?
Just really quick, you had alluded to the deviations and variations in elevation. Do you think that warrants a stormwater management plan or consideration to abutters?
Absolutely, yeah. We'll be doing a full drainage analysis. Yeah. I think everything flows from northwest to southeast.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate your time. So no other comments on the design at this point, right? Okay,
Handsome building.
great, thank you.
Next item is also conceptual discussion of request of Meadowbrook Inn Corporation as owner for Portsmouth Chevrolet as applicant for property at 549 US Route 1 bypass. Requesting preliminary conceptual consultation. This property is on Assessor's Map 234, Lot 51, and lies in the Gateway Corridor G1 District. Who is here to present this application?
Good evening. Thank you for seeing us. We know it's been a long day and night. Alan Roscoe from TF Moran. I'm here with Corey Colwell from our office and with counsel James Scully. We're here to present our current version of additional development being conducted at the Portsmouth Chevrolet on the Circle. Tell you a quick story about how we got here. So we've been working on this for quite a bit of time, and we came forward and had a work session with the TAC group in July. And the result of that meeting was we were suggested to go to the Conservation Commission and do a site walk to talk about the open space, the community space that was required for the development. And from that site meeting, we were asked to look at whether or not the development site provisions would help us with this project. So this plan shows the result of that analysis. The original drawing where the building is, the main building on the intersection, that is shown as one building right now. But our initial plan had that as two buildings to address the building frontage length requirement. But to analyze the development site provisions, we presented this drawing, and we think that there's a better way to do it. This could work, but it would require two variances. The two building concept puts us back into requiring conditional use permits, but in terms of risk, we think that the development option we had presented earlier was be the best option. But we're showing you this to show you where we are, and we can, take the ball from there. But we are required to have this meeting with you folks, and we're happy to do so. Excuse me. And if there's any questions on the overall development, but it's mixed use, and the main building will be 48 units of rental and mixed use on the first floor, 4-story building, approximately 60,000 gross square feet. And there's a secondary standalone structure, which is proposed to be a coffee shop adjacent to the main entrance on the bypass. And that's designed to meet all of the local requirements for drive-throughs, bypass lanes, parking, dimensional requirements, and so forth. So we do see the need to have some conditional use permits here for the number of units. But beyond that, and some work within the buffer, I should say that about the wetlands buffer. But beyond that, this should be close to as-of-right development as possible. One of the benefits of doing this additional development, we're kind of carrying on the coattails of the earlier project that was approved in 2010. Not all of the project was built, but the drainage infrastructure and the stormwater facilities were. With this project, we were going to have a reduced impervious area than what was already approved in 2010. So all of the stormwater facilities are already in place. And all of the utilities have been brought onto the property, water, gas, electric, and so forth. So all of those items are already in place for us to do this additional development.
Questions to the applicant? Yeah, Tony?
You said you're going to need 2 variances?
With this option, yes, it would be for building length
You mean
and the number of units.
Not variance. You don't have to go before the
Conditional
ZBA.
use permit.
Conditional use permit.
No, with this option, we exceed the building front length.
Yeah, that's in our purview, though. I don't think you have to go before the ZBA. Correct?
So you exceed the building length?
Yes, 200 feet is the maximum. And if, with one building, we exceed that.
Right, and so you're going to have 48 units per building, so you'll need a conditional use permit,
48 total.
and then ask for, you have to do workforce housing for number of units per building?
If we follow the development site provisions, yes.
Right, this will be a development site, because it's more than one principal building. You have 3 buildings on the site. That makes you have a development site.
Okay.
You have this building, the coffee shop, and the existing building.
Is the affordable the only option? I thought they could provide a public benefit.
Well, if you do one incentive. Both. If you do one incentive, you have to do workforce housing. If you do multiple incentives, you have to do workforce housing and public realm. But it looks like they're just doing one incentive for the dwelling units per building.
And you did not have an intention to do workforce housing?
No, not at this time. We had talked about it earlier, and we thought that the way to go would be just to do the conditional use permits. In terms of risk, just didn't seem like the variance would be acceptable.
Well, I don't want to speak for Peter, but you're going to have to get a variance if you don't want to do workforce housing, right?
I mean, I think they have to get a conditional use permit.
The
So
condition-
they would get a variance from having to get a conditional use permit?
Well, if they're not going to do affordable,
Right.
then that doesn't meet our, we don't have ability to, do we have the ability to not require that?
No.
No.
So that would be a variance.
Through the ZBA. Yeah.
Right, but I don't know how the zoning board would grant that when it's laid out in the ordinance that the planning board by conditional use permit shall allow up to 36 dwelling units per building. That's the conditional use permit, and that's the incentive that then kicks in workforce housing. And I don't know that the zoning board would say, okay, you can have a variance, and, I mean, I'm just saying.
Yeah, none of us know.
Where we have this laid out. But, we can have, we can have conversations with the applicant.
Is not the code worded that it's more than one building? Or is it more than 2?
It's more than one building. Building type is a development site. So there'd be a conditional use permit for that.
Can I talk about
Go
something
ahead.
else? The traffic flow, I'm just a little confused. You have this bypass lane so that you can go to the drive-through or bypass it, but can you also just drive straight into the parking area? This is around the coffee house building. I just wasn't confused if you were forcing people to go all that way to get to the parking lot, so it was like just one traffic going around, or is it two-way in and out there?
Yeah, it's going to stay the same way operationally as it is now. So.
Well, no, the coffee house isn't there. I'm talking about the entrance to that building.
Right, but, okay, what I'm trying to say is, when folks come in the main driveway,
I'm not talking the main driveway. I'm talking like into that circulation with the drive-through. So you have a parking lot to the south of the building, and you have a giant line of cars going to the drive-through, but then you have that bypass lane going around the building, so they don't have to go to the drive-through, they go to the parking lot. So my question is that main entrance to that parking lot two-way or one-way? Are they just supposed to be exiting, or are they entrancing and exiting?
two-way, yes, because people can park and walk in or go around and traverse and come back.
So you really
out.
don't need that bypass lane, is my point.
Well, we do by code.
They have to.
Actually, yeah, and I would like to see a bigger bypass lane because,
I know I'd be taking it if I was sitting in that queue.
I wouldn't go if there was that queue. But that's neither here nor there.
that much of a queue in a drive-up lane, you're going to have some potential safety issues because people getting frustrated. And I've actually had a case of an accident exactly caused by something like this. So I'd encourage you to put the bypass lane all the way around. Not obviously past where you order, but before you order.
So
Is it just a matter of taking the curbing out?
Yeah.
Yeah, so not adding more lane, but just giving them the opportunity.
Enough room to get out of the
Get out.
drive-up lane. If a frustrated driver
If you're the-
is not a good driver.
You're the 10th car back and you want out.
Right.
Yeah, but you're locked in.
When you find out the person ahead of you ordered 67 sandwiches with special sauce, you know.
They're paying with pennies.
Well,
Okay.
you tell them to go to the front door when you do that. But
So, can we jump back to the other issue that I was talking about earlier?
Yes.
Because I think there's some history here that's important, because as the applicant mentioned, they originally came to us with two buildings. The two building concept would meet our zoning ordinance, from what I understand, not requiring them to do affordable.
Right.
Right. And, but it has a bigger impact into the wetland. It encroached it more in the wetland.
No, I think they just had, it was just separated, and they just had two 24-unit buildings.
yeah, the original version did show a small portion of the building along Coakley
Oh,
to be partially within, 8 to 10 feet into the wetland buffer.
I think this was a good faith effort,
But
saying,
it's-
hey, this, if we do one building, we're outside the buffer, we get the same number of units.
right, but it kicks in the incentive requirement. Because they can only have 24 units per building maximum.
I think this is a flaw in our zoning ordinance.
Well, it's a way to get workforce housing. I mean, that's.
Yeah, but then they're just gonna go back to the two buildings and then encroach on the wetland.
Even
Maybe.
so, it's an area that's already been altered.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
anything landward of the wetland line, was worked within the past, 15 years. And we are pulling back, that green area you see, that's new pervious area that we're planning. So we're taking out a couple of the spaces and providing an opportunity for landscape, as well as pulling back part of the driveway that's existing. So the area closest to the wetland is going to be less impervious.
I had a completely separate subject, so if someone wanted to talk
Go
about
ahead.
wetlands more. Okay, one thing I noticed on this with the existing dealership remaining, of note to me would be lighting on the site. Obviously, I would assume there'd be a lighting plan eventually coming, but car dealerships are like the sun generally. So I'm curious how much of the existing lighting is going to remain, how much of it has to remain now that you've got, many more people on site. How that's going to look for residents and everyone else in that area. If you've got the normal parking lot lighting that's in a car dealership, so I'd be interested to see how you can make that a more residential area rather than and it's mixed use obviously, but
Right.
make it friendly for everyone being there.
No, understood, yeah, at this, excuse me, at this level, we are considering lighting, but we don't have a final drawing yet. And when we do, it will meet all the requirements.
Yes, Bill.
So do I understand the traffic flow properly, that 3 years, 5 years from now, the traffic light at Cottage and Coakley is going to be gone? And so the exit, if you want to come out of here going north, you'll have to go right on Coakley. We've authorized a cut through by the hotel there onto Borthwick. So then you turn left on Borthwick, back to the bypass and turn left at the light on the bypass. And the people that are going to stop for a cup of coffee are going to do that?
Well, I can't control what the state is doing with the intersection, but if that does come to pass, then that would be the route, yes.
Or they get back on the bypass.
But they could get back, yes, they could do right
They go
turn in
south.
and right turn out on the bypass. So that's not going to change.
Yep. You go south on the bypass.
If you want to take the scenic route and go through Coakley and have a couple of
If you're
sips.
going
and-
north, you have to, right?
No, you could, well, you just get on bypass south and find a business to turn into and turn around.
Oh, okay.
You're already going south, you turn right to go in, you get your coffee, you turn right to go out.
I think he's referencing how to get back going north.
Yes.
Yep.
People going
There's
north
a
aren't
way.
going to come here.
They have the issue regardless.
So,
Yeah, I mean, I think.
As will anybody coming from that neighborhood.
yes, Beth.
I just would like to suggest that you make yourself very familiar with the plans that are going on, because the city is in the process of not only doing that cutover road, but they're replacing the culvert right there, which is actually going to effectively cut off this property for a period of time from the rest of that neighborhood until they get that fixed. And then, you know, the whole ultimate plan is, once that bridge is fixed and the bridge on the other side is fixed, that's when the light would be gone. But we're talking like 2029, 2030.
Yes, we are aware, yes, thank you.
Anything else? Thank you.
Well, I'm sorry. I thought there'd be more. Still plans for the community path?
Yes. That's a requirement.
Well, is it? So I went to the site walk here with the Concom, and we talked about public benefit and what the definition of a park is. It seems like, again, this site has all these little weird things that are causing, I think, what are unintentional consequences. I don't know that the neighborhood wants the limited feedback we got from the neighborhood. I don't think they're excited about a walk behind their property here. It's very wetland. It's there is some uplands where they're proposing it, but it's surrounded by wetlands. And I mean, I look at it just observer. I'm like, this is the higher quality thing here is just to leave it alone. And it's almost a punishment of having a giant lot that is mostly wetlands or wetland buffer. That all of a sudden the acreage requirement for the park is encompassing the entire lot, not the buildable portion of the lot. So you could have a 100-acre lot that's 99 acres of wetland, and you got to build a park that based on the proportion of the 100 acres, not the 1 acre of buildable. So
But they could, if they have to do the workforce housing, if you get incentives, you can modify sections of the ordinance, and they could ask for modification to not have community space. That triggers that ability to get modifications from the gateway section, if you do an incentive.
how many units would have to be affordable?
Well, it's 20%, but projects in the past have negotiated with the planning board. That's the standard, is 20%.
Good for now?
I'm good. I'm just pointing out the observations.
I believe the issue we run into is it's roughly an 18-acre parcel, and so using 10% community space here, it's roughly 1.8 acres that we need to use for community space. A large majority of that is wetlands, so we've had to go through and identify specific upland areas that would allow for this community space to function and work properly. And by doing so, one of the ways the only way functionally we can do it is it does run back to those neighborhoods in Coakley and sort of through their backyards. And so if there was a way that we could avoid doing that, both because we want to be good neighbors, not that we're unwilling to do community space, we're certainly more than willing, but we want to be good stewards of the property for those. And you know, frankly, most of this community space would be in the wetland buffer, which is somewhat counterintuitive because we don't want to impact the buffer. And so our hands are somewhat tied as to what we can do.
We hear you. Thank you. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
We have a request of PNF Trust of 2013 and 282 Middle Street LLC as owners for property at 84 Pleasant Street and 266, 278 State Street. Requesting preliminary conceptual consultation. This property is on Assessor's Map 107, lots 7780, and lies within the Character District 4, Downtown Overlay, and Historic Districts.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for members of the board staying up this late for us tonight. This proposal is to merge 4 parcels into one development lot. It was the site of a fire in 2017. So far, the applicant has moved forward and obtained approval from the Board of Adjustment for variations to building coverage, open space, shop front facade glazing, a percentage of ground floor residential use, and they have obtained a certificate of approval from the HDC. The project is going to do some additional site demolition. As you may be aware, the so-called Times building was taken down. Part of 84 Pleasant is coming out. The facade, though, on Pleasant will remain. The building development includes, though, a corner anchor building in the location of where the Times building was, and it's basically a replacement structure with similar features. The use is non-residential commercial first floor, and then 17 dwelling units above. And just going through the plans, if we could, Peter, this license plan is here because there will be a section of cornice. The building is at property line, but part of the HCC approval based on historical accuracy and prior building uses is to project a cornice up at the top floor level. That would be in the city airspace, so we need a license. Next plan is an orthophoto view of the site for your observations. Next plan, existing conditions. Next plan, demolition. Next plan. So this is the site plan. The building occupies pretty much the entire site, although at the ground or first floor level, the corner of State Street and Pleasant Street, there is open knockout, sort of like the corner of Congress and Fleet with the 55 Congress building. You'll notice off of Church Street, I'm sorry, there's an entrance to this parking level. So there are 17 units and there are 17 parking spaces, and that is accomplished by one lower level parking space here, and then 2 bays that contain 8 parking spaces each. And I guess I would like to point to the section of the submittal that shows this automation parking system. It's sort of a stacking system where cars are shuffled around, so the car would come in, they're assigned a specific spot based on their unit. And then if you keep going, Peter, to the sheets, keep going. That shows you that's the best one there. It shows you the sort of tic-tac-toe shuffling system where there's always a spot open that would allow the cars to be moved around. So you come out of your slot, then when you come back, it moves so that you can go back to your slot. So that would cover the parking requirements for the project based on the number of units and the fact that it's in downtown overlay. If you want to go back to the plans, the board, you can look at the architecture. Michael Keene, project architect, is here, and Amos Blanchard, who will be the construction supervisor. Maybe Michael can walk you through that if the board is interested.
Good evening. For the record, my name is Michael Keene. I'm the architect for the project. As John mentioned, we've gotten our HDC certificates. This is essentially the same project that we presented I guess 4 years ago. The those approvals obviously had expired, so we started down the path again. And then when the approval for the Times Building demolition came through, that sort of reset things for us a little bit. So this building's a little bit taller than what we had approved previously. And the reason for that is that we wanted to build back the Times Building in the same mass that it was originally, and we wanted to be able to carry the floor lines over. So because the floor lines in the Times Building were unusually high, in order to tie things back together, we raised the building slightly to accomplish that. So we did get variances for those heights, and basically we've ended up back where we are now. So the block building here behind what was the Louis Restaurant, that will come down and be reconstructed into new brick facade construction. The front facade will remain. The storefront's going to get replaced, so that mid-century modern storefront will be replaced with something that was more in keeping with what was originally built. And you'll see that further down into the project there. So we've essentially tried to break the building masses up as they were originally, so that there were smaller buildings in zero lot line around the block. So we tried to carry some of that feeling through, particularly the Times Building, as you go down Church Street. Obviously, the building on the corner here, which was two separate structures at the time, will be more one mass. The building addition on Church Street does have a setback floor, so we're kind of take out some of the height of the building as you go down Church Street, which is a much narrower street, obviously. The lower image there sort of shows the replacement storefront in the Louis Building, again, taking out that mid-century modern look there. The Times Building, as we represented, would be a reasonable facsimile to what was there originally, except that we did, again, find historic photos of the original street frontage there, and we're taking out the mid-century modern storefront that was there and going back to something that was closer to what was originally built. And I'm happy to answer any direct questions if you have any.
Paul?
What is the total height of the automated parking system? I guess really the question is, how much height do you have for it in two levels to stack?
We're going to go down one
cars?
level. You'll drive in at the street level. We'll go down one level, which is about 6 or 7 feet, and then we need 13 feet from the street level up above that. So, and we do have that.
20 feet.
Bottom top, yep.
Andrew?
I have a question as it pertains to the entrance and exiting of that car elevator. I do not know how wide Church Street is. I do know that it's fairly narrow. Will people still be able to circulate through Church Street from State Street, even if people are queuing?
There's a couple of parking spaces out there right now, assuming those parking spaces are still there, that you would not be able to, a queuing line would block Church Street. We think you're going to be able to queue inside the building now, because we have a 24-foot aisle there. So it'd be
I'm
like
talking about people entering the building.
Yeah. So you'd enter the building, you'd be able to queue up inside the building while somebody else's car is moving. You've got a 24-foot aisle there, so it's like any other parking lot. We did go to TAC a week or so ago, and they did ask us to show turning movements, so we'll be doing a turning movement study on that to make sure that we can get in and out properly and that we can maneuver around the queuing aisle within the building also. Because there's only about 2 movements that the maximum that need to be made here, the retrieval time on your car is less than a minute, and you're able to do that remotely. So the car can essentially be waiting at the level to be able to drive it out when you get there.
And how, just curiously, how would people get to their car? Would an elevator bring them down to that level?
No, the car would come up to the to the street level.
Yeah.
Yep. And
how would I-
and then you step into the system, get into your car and drive it out.
How would I get from my condo to my car?
Oh, there's an elevator or stairs.
Okay.
Yeah.
Bill had his hand up and then.
One of the comments we had from the public was about a location of, I think, a generator in your building. Are you familiar with that issue? That they asked that it be located a different place than you're apparently putting it because it would have an impact on their business?
We're aware of an issue with the transformer, not the generator. The generator is in the building,
Yeah.
in the lower level. The transformer right now is located right where that cursor is. Right here. That's really the only place it can go. We can't, the request by the abutter was to shift it down to this end of the building.
Yes.
And that impacts both the parking and access to and from the building through the parking. We don't think this is going to be a big issue with sound. This is enclosed on 3 sides. There's a 15-inch masonry wall here that should buffer any sound, and it's basically, it's a transformer, it's not a generator, so fairly low-level noise that comes from that.
Is there any quantification of that?
We can get it. A dB level from the transformer?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can ask the utility for it.
Those are more like a clicking, aren't they? Like a buzzing.
There is a slight hum to it, yeah.
Karen.
Perhaps you've answered my question. I'm wondering if the power were to go out, how do you get the cars out? Are they stuck? And the answer is, do you have an on-site generator?
We have a generator. We have a generator planned in the basement.
Thank you.
The Court Street elevation image shown here, it shows the existing building with the solar panels at the forefront. And looking back, prior to demolition or what have you, I see that there's an existing white wall there.
Here?
Yeah, so what is the delta from the top of the solar panel to the top of your building? What is the height of that area?
I couldn't tell you off the top of my head.
I guess
This wall is up for discussion. Part of our certificate of compliance with the HDC was that we're going to take a look at this wall and try to break up that mass. So
That's right.
Yeah.
Exactly where I was
Yeah.
going with that.
So we are kind of, we've looked at options for it. We do need to go back to the HDC with options for that mass. But what we'd really like to do is get input from all the stakeholders so that we're not addressing this issue and not taking care of that one. So once we get comments from all the stakeholders, we'll go back and take a look at that issue and come up with our proposal. Whether it satisfies everybody or not, I'm not sure, but we'll do our best.
Yeah, cool. I mean, it's
Yeah.
just, Court Street is very beautiful. It's very historic, and sure, it's a pretty underutilized or under-recognized, rather is probably the right word, a corner of that building. But it is a large space, large amount of square footage, so whatever it may be, I appreciate that you're reaching out to those people.
One of the things we have done is we've eliminated some of that brick from the HDC comments. There's a railing here, so the easy low-hanging fruit was just to extend that railing down and eliminate 3 feet of brick, but we're looking at other options to be able to do more there.
Cool.
And this wall is the letter that referenced the transformer. The abutter also has some concerns with how that wall gets built, so we will we'll be looking at all those and addressing those as we look at those other options for the breaking up the mass.
Yes, Bill.
At a late hour, a comment that halfway between here and the last project we saw, there's there are 3 houses. One of them Daniel Webster lived in 1803 or some such time. Please keep that in mind as you make your marginal decisions.
Sure.
Anything else? Thank you.
Oh, sorry, I was raising my hand.
Again?
Trying to find the elevation where you're abutting the former hairdresser outfit.
Yep.
Where is that?
One Andrew just was talking about, right?
Be the Court Street elevation.
I think he's talking about the front.
In the rendering?
What's your question?
In the rendering, it's this wall right here. There is a flat elevation of it in the second.
All right, so there's no windows in that wall.
Not at this point, no. It's a zero lot line.
Yeah, it's making sure that there wasn't.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
You good now?
Now I'm good.
Okay, all right, just checking.
Oh, but
Thank you very much.
11:30.
I would very gratefully entertain a motion to continue discussion of the zoning amendments.
Yes, move.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Meeting is adjourned. Thank you very much.
Thank you.